Hello, hello. We are back. Surprisingly, I'm pretty sure. But I just reached the second region last night, and then a lot of news came out, so I kind of wanted to stream today. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Okay. Oh, what's up, Rozzy? Got lucky this time, just opening up YouTube. It's only been twice. Where I posted on the Discord, but I don't want to annoy people with the @everyone command. Maybe someday I'll actually use that thing, but I've been better at putting it in the notifications tab when I go live. So far, anyways. Oh, I didn't know I'm gonna do that. What's up, Test? Welcome. See on homepage impressions of 3 better yet, or is it mid-demo more or less? It is more or less the same than the demo. Where okay, what did I say? It was it missed the agency, right, of 1 and 2. Especially since you have the freedom to say, nope, I'm just gonna walk back and go somewhere else. So that freedom alone is pretty big for Nioh. It's like the challenge is already pretty low in that way. But I can show it off real quick with the world map thing. This was the demo area, I think. I think these two. Pretty like, flat, right? But once you open it up, it does become more of like a corridor game. So okay, either go left, right, get a little area, maybe a crucible. Yeah, the game devolves into more corridors. Yeah. Now the level design isn't still comparable to like 1 and 2, especially 1. The crucibles are actually pretty good. The crucibles are more like the dungeon areas that these all lead up to. Like at the very end, like these are actually fun. Yeah, as you can see, it's more so corridors. With 1 or 2 branching paths, pretty much. It's keeping it a little back. I think a little might be maybe too generous, maybe. But we'll see soon. I know I'm still super early. So yeah. Now I'm kind of curious how this feels playing on the second region, because at this point it was easy to steamroll after a while in the first one. So with the fresh area, everything's unknown, so hopefully it's a little more, it's gonna be new, pretty much. It's gonna be new to me, so I think it's also a good reason to come back for another stream, just sort of give my follow-up impressions now that I have the full game. So we'll see.
This evil that taints them.
So now I'm going full 1 katana on both ninja and samurai. Not too bad. Actually, not too bad. It was kind of somewhat hard to lead the dual blades. Super fast in ninja, as all of them are. But every time I was going for like the basic light combo, I kept going up in the air. I think that's what it does automatically. But the 1 katana on ninja is pretty damn good, especially the kick ender. So I just do light attack, mash heavy, and you do a lot of damage to both health and ki, which is pretty massive. Okay, we're going in circles, but and I've been heavily preferring ninja about now. So yeah, I remember Rozzy, you telling me it does get sort of outclassed by samurai. So I'm kind of curious how that turns out for me, but yeah, we basically beat the third of a game, I think. So we'll see how it stacks up here. But yeah, I haven't been doing anything crazy either with my build. I literally just been doing the auto equip with like the weight in mind, and that's it. I'll probably change the weapon that they give me automatically. It gives you the one with the max familiarity, I want to say. So I usually take it off and then swap it for something I can build up a little bit more damage. But besides that, yeah, I'm not doing anything special. Of course, it's a brand new game, so I'm not too sure what is good, like what I could actually do or aim for. So I think I spent most of the time going for 10 stats across the board and just called it there. Right now I'm focusing, I think it was stamina. You get more weight equipped, so that's pretty good. I've been dumping into strength right now for the extra key damage. Especially since I'm like attacking the back quite often. It seems like it's making a difference, but like on definitely the bosses, you do some pretty massive like key damage with single katana. When it comes to being dumbed down, I don't want to say that, but there's definitely less reason to use any of your tools. Where is it? I'm trying to see where my skills are equipped. Okay, well, I have more the merrier. And that skill makes it so I'm going backwards again. It makes it so that you cancel animations with your yokai abilities, but I don't think it does. Maybe it summons the box, but you still need to pull it out. You still need for the summon animation. So yeah, it's still not immediate as you'd want it to be. And then and it takes time for him to actually attack. Right. So I canceled the attack, but look how long it takes though. Now it could be I'm using a very startup heavy yokai. That could be it. But again, the box animation and the, pop up thing and everything. So yeah, it's still not as immediate or seamless like 2. Yeah. I wouldn't call it dumbed down. It's just, it feels less, I don't want to say wonky. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say clunky either. Those are always the generic word. Usually you hear that with 2D action platformers. I don't really like that. That's not enough.
To have made it this far.
It's definitely, it feels like a step back, I gotta say, from 2. Especially the whole seamless part and the whole customization. Well, what I'm used to anyways from 2. Because you have to have the right soul core to get a certain magic. So they're tied together and not like separate things anymore. So the mix and matching isn't as freeform like 2. So yeah. And because I've rarely even interacted with that kind of stuff. Okay, as long as he doesn't kill me. And even when I am interacting with the combat, it's still not it still doesn't feel right. Now I am still early on, right? So I'm not fully have all the options yet. But yeah, so I don't want to jump to the conclusions so soon. But like I feel like I had more time enjoying Rise of the Ronin in its open world combat, if I gotta be honest. Okay. Kind of surprised I didn't get hit there. Like at all. I should have used my ability at all, like any of them. Okay, that's usually my play style right about now. 90% of the time, ninja. Samurai, right? You have to really wait, especially if you're baiting for like deflex. It is powerful. It is powerful, but I feel like with the speed of the ninja, I can do more while I'm waiting. Right. And then when they do attack, I can dodge through them, get behind them, and immediately start dishing out the damage. So I feel like for anything other than like high tier enemies and bosses, I think ninja's the way to go. But once it gets to bosses, especially the dark realm phases, that's my switch. I kind of play more passive and just not really mash, but you can sort of time it. Like I'll hold it for a brief second and then okay. I kind of do that. And it works most of the time. But yeah, I kind of play passive, get my deflex, which will give my ki back, which is good in the dark realms, right? And I think also deflecting prevents any ki damage as well. Again, negates it. So yeah, it's more of like survival sort of tool. Especially since you don't get talisman so quick. I haven't even seen it on the upgrade menu, but at the same time, a lot of the stuff was taken out of the upgrade menu for the sake of exploration. Like I barely found the fire shuriken, like 20 hours into the game. I could have found it a lot earlier if I saw the little shortcut area or hidden area, but yeah, like you get the clue that these things exist, but yeah, you just gotta know where to find them. So yeah, the game is different, let's just say, but I would like to finish it still. Rigid, yeah, that's probably it. It's just not seamless anymore. I think that's the better word, because that's how I'll describe 2. Everything flows into each other, you know, without issue or hiccups, right? But in this game, everything feels separate, I gotta say. Okay, you also fight the same sort of enemies quite often. Now, this isn't anything new for Nioh. 1 and 2 definitely have their common picks throughout the whole game. But here's the thing, though. Especially at the end of my 2 video talking about 1. What makes them interesting throughout the entire like 40, 50 hour playthrough, maybe even longer, is the levels, like how they place them, who they combo them with. Since a lot of the game is corridors or the usual like circle, like with the crucible sections, you stab the sword into the thing, like the small crucibles. things feel way more similar than they ever have before because of this structure, level design wise. So yeah, you're gonna see the same few enemies like we've always have. But again, it's the context of where we fight them is what made it so fun in the past, which isn't the case much anymore. So yeah. Can you try dodging out of the yoke? Oh, okay. I'll do that right now. Bump, bump. Lightly heavy ninja blade and kick is still really good. Okay. I'll try that too. Oh, never mind. I saw this guy. Okay. What you got for me? Soul core. That might be better than the one I have. Level 50. Okay, yeah. I have his soul core, which gives me steel. You know, the pretty, you know, basic stuff you want to have. But again, you can't just outright and buy it, you know, which kind of different again. So yeah, either you know where these guys are and farm them. Yeah. Okay, let me just try this out. Ooh, wrong button. No, I couldn't. I was mashing X. Oh, let me do it again. Yeah, see, the backstep didn't happen until he was fully... I was able to walk, though. But yeah, again, there's still a cooldown before I can attack. So you can move, but you can't really act. So... yeah, I'm going to take off more the merrier, to be honest. Looks a lot easier, like if it was 2... like, if this was 2, the bridge would have killed you with that combo, then hit you again. Yeah, that's something I noticed too. I think overall damage is pretty tame. Now, it could be balanced, you know, because like Nioh 1 and 2 both would two-shot you. Even if it was mid-game, maybe even late game, like everything still had, you know, the chance of killing you. This though, sometimes it's pretty not too bad. Now the only risky part though is playing as ninja. Like you can get some damage, like some beefy damage against you, but this is our get out of jail free card. Just heavy stack all the weight that you can, and you're pretty safe. So yeah, doing this, you can block for days, take all the hits that you want for the most part, farm for deflex. Like this is more of a survival class, and this is when I actually want to play the game. Because the damage output is so insane and the speed is pretty almost power creep. Because these enemies are, you know, the same we've been fighting for years, right? So they're not really built for the speed, pretty much. So it's easy to just sort of bully them to an extent. I think only the wolf guy is pretty on par with our speed, but with all the multi-hits, it's easy to like perfect dodge and get around him. I forgot what I was saying. Bum, bum, bum. Severing screens, dude. This move is crazy. I just had a clip the other night. Let me see. I don't remember which. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Okay, here it is. So yeah, I was just beeline it, trying to collect all the collectibles that I had left, right, remaining before I went to the second region. So yeah, I didn't know that you were following me this hard, to be honest. I was kind of just piloting. But yeah, I'm like, oh my god. Quickly swap. And then yeah. These guys are all low level. So it makes sense I killed them pretty damn quick. But yeah, it's a deflect move. Like that startup right there, deflects. It also knocks back. As you can tell, all of them got knocked away. And then yeah, massive range and multi-hits. Again, these are low level guys, but even when I first got Severing Spin, very good. Very good ability. I'm in the final area and almost finished, I think, but this game honestly makes me just want to go and play Nioh 2. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, this game isn't bad, right? It's still made by one of the best action RPG developers in existence, right? Or active. So, this game is still better than most, right? That's a guarantee. It's just the bars is too damn high. Like, we got to compare it to Nioh 2, right? In Stranger Paradise. Even Nioh 1, like going back to that, still has its merits and strengths that this game is lacking. Again, it depends what you want out of Nioh. And this isn't really it. Yeah, counter actions allows you to use summoning seals, but it doesn't really do much. Oh, another thing. Picking up soul cores don't refill your spirit gauge, which kind of sucks. Yeah. %50 is pretty damn good. I don't know. I don't know what to get actually. But yeah. I was kind of hoping more the merrier felt like Nioh 2 again, but a lot of things either feel like side grades or downgrades. I don't think much is improved or enhances the Nioh experience from what they took away or changed. Like I don't think the alterations were worth it, if I gotta be honest. Again, still a good game. It's definitely a different take on Nioh. Like every time a new game came out, I would keep recommending that new one because it felt more approachable. Like 1 is extremely difficult. It's very strict on its balance. So I wouldn't recommend it to a lot of people. I'll probably only recommend it to like Nioh veterans, to be honest. Cause this is quite a difficult game. And the opening is pretty oh, that's a good thing too, by the way. You can actually swap. I did this in the demo, but you can swap and still burst counter. You can also use this to like reposition to avoid a grapple from like a boss. I have like 2 clips to show that for the video. But I think you can also avoid like massive damage. Let me swap back. So let him break my guard. Yeah, maybe then swapping to get the defense boost of like the armor, and then maybe to like, you know, even it out. Like I'll still take a hit, right, as I'm winded, but I have a more fighting chance, right? I only hit him twice, and I broke his key. And I have no reason to use stances either, like at all. There hasn't been a single time where I consciously thought You know what? Let me choose a different hitbox. Let me attack low. Let me attack high. Like, none of that has come into play a single time, if I gotta be honest. Like, I remember trying to play like that in the beginning, but it was more of a waste of time, honestly. Again, it was way more... I kind of feel it's more efficient to play ninja and then go for the back every time. Like, the damage is insane and more quicker. Frostmoon stuff is supposed to be fun, but I didn't even like the demo enough to unlock it. I've been playing Rise of Ronin though, and it's okay. Yeah, like I said last time, if you like Rise of the Ronin or like Nioh 3, I think you'll like the other one. I kind of do prefer Rise of the Ronin's combat over this one. I feel like I was engaging with the actual human enemies way more often, in more interesting ways, like using my actual skills most times. Like, I feel like they had more purpose. While this one, I feel like you can do whatever, whenever, because enemies allow you to. Like, I'm not really adapting by choosing different moves. Like in Rise of the Ronin, I would always try to, like, okay, use specific hitboxes or like a gap closer skill or something to back away, right? Like with the rifle. I don't know, like I don't feel like I'm ever forced to think that far or that carefully in this game. Now again, it could just be a case of power creep, where now we're getting so much stuff, it's sort of leaving the enemies behind. So it's more of a... What's the word? What's the right word I'm looking for? I guess you can just play however you want to some extent. Like you can say the same thing for Nioh 2 or any, you know, game with RPG elements. But I feel like you still had to respect the enemy or like be careful of your options, but yeah. Yeah. Talisman is really good, Steel is great. Okay. How do I even upgrade magic anymore? Is it really all based off the stats alone? Or is it based off the soul core level? So I'm not too sure which anymore. Because you can't just, you know, access it in the yeah, it's not a thing anymore, so. And even the options you do have is pretty small compared to what we used to have. Like I'm kind of bummed out they removed the bombs from the game. I was a big fan of the Medusa bombs, so I was kind of bummed it's gone. I think there's a few more, like paralysis and stuff like that, but I think the feathers are still here. I think they're just called these things. Yeah. I think these are the equivalent, pretty much. Like the upgraded version. So they're still here, but I'm not too sure how good they are, but I wouldn't doubt they do some massive build-up. Ooh, might be a boss fight. Can fix some of the issues, like only 2 backstab animations, adding back missing samurai weapons, more burst. Yeah. That's why I say it feels more of a side grade at best. Now, most times that'll sound good, right? Having more of the same, but like I said earlier, there's also changes for the sake of it. Like again, I don't like the progression system as much. I don't like the level design. How things are tied together, I'm not a fan of. Yeah, there's a lot of changes. But I'm not sure if they're really worth it. I'm not gonna heal. I'm just gonna try to learn his patterns real quick. Like I am sort of still paranoid of my Nioh 1 and 2 experience. Of, like managing my finite um, elixirs. So when I fight a new boss, I'd be more. I don't use elixirs too much. But yeah, maybe DLC can add this stuff back, but oh, there was one right here. That's backwards. Excuse me. But yeah. Again, it is still early. So I'll see. But yeah. It is cool you get more and more like ninja based exploration abilities. Like you get the wall run. It's automated, right? Which kind of sucks. You do have the Falcon flip, pretty much. You know, left and right. I can tell it's there, right? It keeps telling me I need the correct ability or something like that. So I'm guessing it's gated by story progression. So yeah, that's pretty much the last stuff I needed in the first region. But that's cool. That stuff is there. A little bit of adventure elements, like we'll see from like Shaolin monks and stuff. But at least Shaolin monks had unique level design. You know, environmental hazards and stuff like that. And different like gimmicks per region. This one though, I don't know. The more the merrier is not as good as the latter cancel skills. Arms are correct. Oh, okay. Again, yeah, maybe. Like, maybe the game opens up the more I go in. But yeah. We'll find out. Soon. Nioh 3 is just going to be playing Ninja Guide. Ninja, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, man. Especially for early game. I think Ninja's pretty damn strong. That's a lot of end lag. I wish I had. I'm pretty sure I have something for like whatchamacallit. Oh, that's pretty good detail. I deflected as I was dodging in light stance, so that still works. That's pretty good. But yeah, I just wish I had like a passive healing ability. Like, that's something I gotta look out for. Oh my god, that's damage. I thought he was just gonna start the Dark Realm. I do love Winter Moon and whatever the Samurai style chaining system is called. Use when you have build. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. You can chain them. It's pretty lenient too. Like I would do 1 or 2 light attacks and still have like the timer to chain stuff. It's pretty cool. Now, it seems like it's only good if you have like a crazy survival ability build. Like we could face tank a lot of things because you know you just hyper armor, do everything. But oh, a lot of key damage. That's not bad. Now this time back away. Yeah, now when this happens, I usually just oh, double. I just stay samurai. And they usually automatically swap out anyways. like in 2. So if you just wait long enough, it'll go back to normal. I just have 2 examples now. Holy crap. We're at solo killer. Like the hitboxes are actually that accurate. I'm thinking of healing. Okay, I might. Whatchamacallit? Okay, it might be best to stick to samurai. Oh no. Yeah, I think I'll probably just cash out with my living form type of thing. And just brute force a win. Hopefully it doesn't eat at my time. Like him being staggered, I mean. No, it doesn't. Yeah, he's still active. No. Oh, if that hit me, I would have been dead. Oh my god. Damn it. No. We almost had it. What's up, Mary? Welcome, welcome. Upgrading the soul core levels only once. Increases stats for the soul core, only the summoning skill slot. Okay. Only affects defense and attacks, I believe. If you're talking about improving talisman, with the corresponding crucible. Okay. I don't know. It could just because it's so different. I'm not used to the new progression system. But yeah. I think it's the same one. That's the tough part, right? Because it's still so brand new. So to cover it so soon is the rough part. Well, like Nioh has like, you know, a decade worth of like community knowledge and, you know, stuff like that. like things have been figured out already. Well, since it's so brand new, it could be easy. I'm gonna look over things very often. Oh, I don't know what I did there. Okay, I'm gonna die here. I was trying to dodge inwards. Hopefully I can punish them easier, but you don't gotta worry about elixirs. I died to bosses quite a lot, but then use them like crazy, but have. Really? I'm kind of surprised they're finite in this game, if I gotta be honest. I wouldn't have been surprised if they took it away at this point. This game has a lot of quality of life stuff. And I want to say easier outright, but like more streamlined. I'm kind of surprised they kept the that still hit me. I'm reacting to it, but I'm just too close. I'm just waiting out for the burst attack. I think that's the best chance I have to deal some crazy damage with ninja. Like, I'm trying to see if there's an opening where I can use ninja more often, but let me see. Let me see. Finish the mod video, time to edit. Dude, I can imagine how many hours of footage do you think you have? I think you said you had 50 gigabytes, no? That was a lot easier to dodge. Like, look at that too. Like, I kept using the high stance dodge for the extra iframes, you know, from like previous Nioh knowledge. But no, that's not good enough. It's way better to use ninja, it seems though. Oop. So again, just an example of probably best to use ninja sometimes, maybe most times. Holy crap. That's another thing I noticed too. They recover a lot faster in this game. Dude. So you can't really punish them as much as you used to in the past. Okay. Oh, these things denied my punish. But yeah, even humans, they recover a lot quicker, I've noticed, when they're winded. Yeah. So I don't think, I'm not too sure if zero key combos even exist anymore. If they do, oh crap, they're super nerf. Compared to what we're used to, but I should save my stuff until the dark round phase. Oh wow, dude, that's crazy. Like this dodge is so good. Get out of there. Sucks I wasted my yokai or living weapon form thing. Okay. That's how you do it. That wasn't too bad. I just kept waiting for the 2-hit combo every time. In ninja form. Anyways. Not bad. I don't think I can count all that, but I have 37 gigabytes worth of edited. Oh my god, 37 gigs of edited footage. Dude. That's crazy. Because like we mentioned last time, when you edit a video down and put it together, the exported storage is a lot smaller than like the actual source, but the sources you used. So the fact it's 37 gigs is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Some of the human enemies you'll encounter later have absolutely insane keep. Yeah, I noticed that too. Especially with the masters. I fought 2 or 3. Like I beat them. Yeah, you basically never get winded. Well, they don't, I mean. It comes back pretty much instantly. And even if you do get them winded, you really can't do much. I'll probably do like a 2-hit light attack into heavy with ninja, and it'll automatically like do the grapple. That's it. That's all you're gonna get. Yeah. I want to say maybe that was on purpose to fight back, you know, the strong stuff in previous games, but I don't know. I need to fight him more to see if it's too overtuned or if not. But like if you're just gonna give the human constant uptime, no end lag, pretty much no consistent rules with ki anymore, like we had back in the games, previous games.
To Japan's renowned capital.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see.
I have returned upon hearing.
And the second thing too is I'm not sure if you can rematch masters in this game. Like I went back to talk to him. I think they say the same stuff every time.
There is a place.
So it's not like Rise of the Ronin where you can rematch him as many times as you want and get like a grade and armor in upgrades, I think, and like the armor set. So yeah, it is pretty. It sucks you can't, you know, keep fighting him pretty much. 2 levels, that's pretty surprising. I do like this though. You have more options to pick from. It's not just one anymore. You can have a few things. To upgrade, which is cool. Yokai Banisher. Oh, I finally have this. Oh. Where was it? I already lost it. I think. Here we go. No, this one. Okay. Okay, now one of the only weaknesses to this, the ninja is finally gone, pretty much. That's good. So yeah. Because the only thing really holding this thing back at times was all the pools being everywhere. Even then you can maneuver around it with how fast you are. Like you're not stuck in there for too long. But yeah. And I think, I'm not sure if I noticed it right, but every time I deflected the wind from the Tengu, I didn't get any chip damage on block. So I'm guessing it also negates elemental damage. That's pretty cool if it does. But yeah, I wanted to stream this again with the fresh region to sort of give, like I said, another fresh impression. Because I already played the, the alpha and beta right in that starting area. So it's already something we've seen. But I want to see if that stands true in a new region. And it'll sort of give like credence to what I'm going to say in the video, which is that yeah, side grades and downgrades, possibly more downgrades. And my least favorite change is the level design. I would much rather mash jump the entire time. I mentioned this before, but it really sucks how platforming in action games became more and more automated over time. So to see that get automated as well is pretty sucks. It's pretty bad. Like, it was automated anyways though, gotta be honest, Ninja Gaiden, but it felt way more satisfying to press jump all the way up. So yeah, this will give more proof to the Nioh 3 experience. Yeah. So okay, I haven't watched anything since I've started the game. I've actually been pretty, I want to say lazy, but I've definitely been putting it off more than like Nioh 1, for example, and Nioh 2. Like as soon as I started those games up, I think I beat them within the week of, or maybe in 3 days, I think 3-4 days. And I've had this game for a week already, and I'm barely a third done. So I've been like sort of avoiding playing this game, if I gotta be honest. Yeah, it doesn't really grab my attention as much. And again, I don't want to say it's burnout because I still want to play Nioh. It's just this version of it is not exactly what I'm looking for out of this game, out of the series. Yeah, like what have you guys seen so far? Like the impressions of this game? I haven't been really keeping up with people have said. Like I can imagine the world map is probably 50-50. Like some probably really like it and some really hate it. and probably quality of life stuff is probably widely praised, which I do agree. Especially this stuff. That makes it a lot better. Because even I don't mess with the gear at all, so that helps me a lot. But besides that, though, I'm not too sure what can be said.
Would you?
I just went in a circle. Bum, bum, bum. Exactly like Elder Ring, double jumps just jumps A save you. Yeah, and I tested that real quick too in the beta. It would have been cool to see the double jump like reset your jump height, like how Mario 64 would with the button stop or the butt slam thing. But yeah. And I haven't been using the jump in combat either. I know there's moves, especially with the one katana ninja style. Like there's a move to like cancel like into a jump reposition thing pretty quick. But I don't see why you would ever use it, if I gotta be honest. There's no enemies that are that tall. And even if there's, I'm not sure if there's iframes on it, so like, are you gonna cancel into like a defensive move? Like, I'm not sure. And most enemies don't attack that high either. Like, is there a counterplay to it? That most enemies aren't designed for you jumping. Again, like I said earlier, with the speed, isn't really designed for enemies in this game. So I'm guessing jumping isn't either. So, like, I wouldn't doubt it will mess with their AI or tracking, like, heavily. Fight him right here. What? Never mind, I can fight him. No. Like, it is cool I have the flying swallow, but that was like the last possible second, I think. Yeah, you get the flying swallow, which is pretty cool. For the one katana and the dual katana. Dude, look at that wind. I don't know, it feels a little too unnatural. Like, he already did one pullback. Okay, that's enough. But then he did a second pullback as an extra long cue. That might be a little too much. I think most people can react to the first one. I've seen a lot of cheese and not the good type, the stinky type. Oh, okay. Too big, open world, yeah. Again, it's too early to say, but this game might be... we keep circling back to easier. But it's more than just, like, less damage, right? Like, enemies doing less damage. It's more of, like, the power creep we're seeing in this game. Like I said, you're too fast for with ninja. Enemies aren't designed for airborne combat. So there's no, like, counterplay to it. Like, stuff like that, you know. I hear him somewhere. Oh, there he is. I've heard this game is doing quite well, very positive score on Steam too, mostly because it's not live servers or ugly on the eyes. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, it's objectively a good game, but the standards for Team Ninja is pretty high. And then, again, it's what they're doing. Like, the changes they've made is what is setting things off for me. I'm pretty sure most people don't really care about that stuff, if I gotta be honest. It's probably very niche to even care about the implications of like the open world design. Yeah, especially since I made such a big deal about it too at the end of my, like when giving my quick recommendation for the first game still. So for them to even stray even further away from it, yeah, it's pretty, yeah, quite the different direction. It's still Nioh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, still Nioh. But how much of Nioh is still there? I kind of feel like with the ninja ability, the game gives you a lot of reason not to play the game. Like with ninja, you don't have to worry about hitboxes anymore, or positioning, or spacing. Not as much as before. 2 was already skirting the line of where it didn't really matter too much as 1. Now it's fully like, okay, because of ninja style, right? And I rarely care about the differences anymore of this stuff. And when I try to use it for the boss fight, most times it was better to just do the ninja dodge. I've never used the different hitboxes either, like vertical, horizontal, or low. Or even like the speed. Like none of that's been like a factor in like the past 25 hours I've been playing. Like Ninja has the movement, the speed, and the crazy hitboxes, and the damage. And with the help of the perfect dodge, you can get that pretty quick. So it feels like it does everything, like for majority of the game, like I said. But the rare time you do fight elite enemies or a boss, Samurai's pretty good. Like the deflect. Let's see how strong this is still. That's how active it is? Holy crap. That is crazy active. It's still any above average game is going to be form. Yeah, just spamming the same move, kind of cheese, while the enemies do nothing to counter it. I feel like in Nioh, especially with the stances in mind, they're way more balanced. Like in those games, especially at 1, like I would actually care that I could spam this. Like this actually mattered. In 2, I used it a lot against the Epon when they did like the pogo on their weapon. Like, okay, let me just do this to quickly get out of the way, or to get away from the spirit heads. But yeah, like enemies countered or had like countermeasures, and like you had to use different tools in every stance. But in this game, I'm not pushed to do that, or like incentivized. It's pretty straightforward to use ninja most times. And again, I keep circling back to the same reasons, but they were just not designed to keep up with ninja. So, and then the power creep, like I mentioned, or like the feature creep. So yeah. It's subjective at the end of the day, it's not. Or that it's also like, yeah, it is subjective. That's why, like, I would have that sort of typed up for the video. like my idea of Nioh isn't really being seen in this game. And I've already said multiple reasons why, so not really worth repeating it at this point, but buying a car and realizing the engine is a rotary and it's going to cost you a kidney to maintain it. I would just say I'm glad I rented the game instead of buying it day one. I'll say that. It's okay. It's strange, right? So I had a really good time with Rise of the Ronin. Excuse me. Now I think it comes down to expectation. I said this last time in the beta. But Rise of the Ronin is sort of going. It's a different thing, right? Different series, so it can do different things. It's more of like, I guess, a period piece. So having the open world and like the more interactive settings, well, features, right, with the dating sim and stuff like that. I feel like the stuff it has made sense to enhance its goal. But my ideas of what the goals are or the strengths of Nioh aren't really being supported in this game. It seems like it's taking away more than enhancing it, I gotta say. And again, it's very subjective because I'm going off my own rules in my head, like what I expect Nioh to be. And this could fall into the same discussion of like the Ninja Gaiden and stuff, right? Like 1, 2, and 3 being different. So it's the same sort of, discussion point, preference. And like the core is there for each game, but how it's applied is very different, which is still the same case here. I'm just still trying to find what does this game do better, like to improve like one of the pillars of Nioh. Like I think the level design for 1 is a specialty. 2 is probably the build variety. And this one I'm not seeing its shining spots. You saw what I was doing there, Knight Rider? I tried getting back to Elden Ring yesterday, but only managed to play it for a couple of hours before dropping it. I think both games gonna have the same problem in the future, and that's replayability for me. With the mission select, it's easier to just jump in way quicker. Both games have their story progression gate kept abilities. I don't know. Something about the pacing of 1 and 2 is just way better. And I think probably that's the strength of this game. It's more of like the pacing is so lenient, right? Like I said, the agency isn't there anymore. And that could be a good or bad thing depending who you ask. So that might be the appeal of this game, where you can do what you want when you want, and that's both for combat and exploration and engaging with pretty much any of it. You don't have to play the game if you don't want to, as you can tell. It's a long game, Mary. Very long game, Elden Ring. It's 100 hours to beat. Well, for me, it was 100 to get the platinum. Yeah, as much as I like the game, I don't think I'll ever return to it. And I think that's the same case for this game. For one of many reasons. Never thought I'd see Konami having a better presentation. Dude, okay, let's talk about then. I think my point has proved itself many times. Like the first probably hour already. Yeah, that presentation was good, man. Like, holy crap. Like, there was very little I don't know how long we did that for. Okay. Yeah, there was very little downtime in that showcase, I gotta say. Every like other game was pretty hype. Pretty damn hype. There was so much, I'm not sure if I remember all of them. Okay, I'll try to remember. You guys can help me out here. So the first one that comes to mind, we'll build up to Castlevania. I'll get there in a little bit, but I was pretty excited to see the God of War games coming back. Now, it did sort of remove the win from my sales, seeing that it was a remake. Now, usually when that's tossed around, it's one of two things. It's either a mistitle. Yeah, mainly mistitle, right? Because sometimes it can be a reimagining, or sometimes it can be a remaster, like, you know, basically a port. Like Metroid, well, no, Metroid Prime 1 was called a remaster. It wasn't called remake. Yeah, it's hard to say if it's going to be faithful to the first, like the original style. Like you guys mentioned in the Discord, like it might be over the shoulder. And if that's the case, that's pretty bad. And if they do that, they're probably going to nerf the platforming. And again, I pointed that out in the video. I'm not a big fan. That stuff was automated when the first game was a pretty cool balance of like actual positioning, platforming. Like it was like one of the perfect like action adventure games, where it felt like an adventure. The platforming, the puzzles, it was a little bit of everything. And that's why I really like God of War, the originals. So I'm glad that sort of, you know, nowadays classic game design is coming back. Now more people can get a hopefully better comparison. I'm not a fan of censorship, so I'm not sure how true they're going to be to the vision of God of War. Yeah, so I'm sort of nervous for a lot of reason for the remake. Well, them calling it a remake, like by their standards. So we'll see. I'm hoping for the best, but as always, I am hoping more for a port than a remake. But yeah, so it can go one of two directions, and there's no in between most times. It can either be way off course or way off base than what we want, or it's somewhat there, but the final details are gone, or the identity was stripped away because of censorship, or like change of vision because of a new team. Like I just saw that with like Pro Skater 3, right? Like the whole attitude of the game, the personality was sort of changed. That's a big part of Pro Skater. So yeah, I'm excited, but more very cautiously optimistic. Yeah, I was hearing the rumors for a long time that it was in the works. I remember hearing like it was going to get announced at the anniversary, I think last year. It was like some point middle of last year. All they announced was like a concert, I think. That was a bummer. But the rumors were right though. They did mention like the 3 games and the 2D game. So I'm guessing they were there the entire time, but they're just waiting for the right moment, I suppose. That's probably the rare chance or rare time I had fun in this game. More engaging encounter. Again, I feel like that was more often in Rise of the Ronin though. Because the enemies were designed around the more human aspects of the mechanics. So like different fighting styles actually felt they mattered. Like every weapon was pretty unique. It's almost like, what's the phrase? The round object in the square hole or whatever, like that sort of thing. It's trying to be a different game, but it's not designed that way. Again, circle back around, it's because the enemies aren't designed for these styles when they were for Rise of the Ronin. So I think that's why it felt more fun every time I played it. Well, in this game, it's not really the case most times. Elden Ring's only good ones, yeah. Yeah, because like I said before, you get the awe moment. It only works once, right? You only get the moment of like, it's only this big. Holy crap, it's this big. It's this big, right? And then it keeps going. You can only do that so much before it loses its novelty, right? I think that's probably the word I come back to for that game as time goes on is novelty. Now sort of like the trend for open world games is sort of the thing right now, the fad. But it only works so long and so many times before sort of you start to question like, what do we gain from it? And most times it's not much. Again, it's very what's the word? Subjective. Yeah, for me personally, I'm not a big fan. 1 second. All right, we're back. DS3, all the upgrade items are under with progression. They're not out of the way. I enjoyed my time with Elden Ring, actually. Me too, yeah. I enjoyed all 100 hours. But am I going to go back and do that for another 100 hours? From a first file? I don't think so. Like, I've gone back and beat Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1 a handful of times. I don't see myself doing that for Elden Ring. Like, I think I have 300 hours in Bloodborne and 4 or 5 in Dark Souls 3. 5 times the amount, and the games are shorter. So for me, it really goes to show how much replayability is important. It makes you play the game a whole lot more. Yeah, especially when it's actually fun. Again, that's very generic word, but when it's actually like a well-paced game with interesting level design, encounters, you want to go back and sort of master it and experience it again, but do better. You know, that's like the whole appeal for the 2D action game platformers for me anyways. So yeah, replayability is very important. If a game doesn't have that, I'm not too sure if I can call it an all-time favorite. Yeah, replayability is a pretty big deal, personally. What I want to get watching Ninja is why the actual heck does that do 15 billion. Exactly, man. This kit, it could just be this weapon, but I think it's because the speed is just so fast. All those kicks do key damage, while this, that's it. Even for dual blades, the dual blades get close, but it was a skill. Literally, in both ways, it was a skill you had to buy. You don't just get it outright, but you also have to have the skill check of the timing, which isn't here anymore. Which is the case for a lot of things. Like I like, whatchamacallit? Is it this one? I think it's only when I'm locked on. Yeah, there's a, let me see if I can find it. Ninja. There is a certain counter in this game that the ninja has. That I do like how they handled it. Where is it? Oh, I think it's on this tab. Yeah, here we go. So this actually has timing, and if you miss it, it takes key. Right. There's startup and there's end lag, and it takes resource. And this doesn't. It's not too harsh to do either. And it's not like it doesn't have its own sort of timing based, you know, skill counter. Like this one's actually pretty fun to land because there's actual, you know, risk to it and like consideration. Well, this is not much. So it has those cool things in the game, but I think you don't really need it. You don't need to do it. And again, feature creep, power creep. So doing the extra kicks from this immediately outclasses the dual blades, like Water Dance, I think it was called. Oh, Dragon something, I think. So the skill gate execution check isn't there. Same goes for like key pulsing. Like I've probably done it 60, 40, 30% of the time in this game. So if I'm low on key, I just swap to ninja. Back away, get the immediate key regen and the spacing. Like, that's what I was saying earlier. This game allows you to play... No, the game allows you not to play Nioh anymore. You can if you want to, but I don't think you have to anymore. I gotta be honest. If I gotta be honest. Yeah. I know we strayed away from the showcase. I'll come back around to it. When you find all these secret areas for the first time. Oh yeah. They announced Castlevania. 12 years, really? What was the last game that was new, actually? Besides Grimoire of Souls, right? Isn't that just the mobile game? I think 12 years ago was the DS game. That's the only one I can think of, like actual non-mobile game. Or Pachinko. Yeah, 12 years, bro. Like, I was hoping, like, 40 years, they gotta do something, man. At least a collection, right? That's what I was hoping. Like, give us 3D, for, like, the final stretch of, like, 80% of the series being, actually, what's the word? I don't think catalog is the right word. Not archived either, but, you know, just kept alive, pretty much. They're doing a good job. Like, you got to give props to Konami for even doing that. Like, just for them even caring enough to put collections out, that's not bad. I'll give them that.
And perhaps a clue will present itself.
So yeah, and okay. What do I start with this? Okay, speaking of collections, okay. I'm hoping we get one more, because again, okay, my head's all over the place talking about this, but okay. They also uploaded a Castlevania Overture trailer on the YouTube channel, right? Now I was confused. I'm like, okay, I thought the game was called Balmont's Revenge or something like that, right? Like, so what's this? And I clicked it, and it seemed like sort of a bumper-esque, you know, title break cutscene. Now I'm not sure if it was purposefully made for the 40th anniversary, or if it's some sort of teaser. I'm not too sure. But it was sort of like saying, okay, this is the 40th anniversary, such and such. And in the description, there's a link to the new Castlevania website. And I was reading out, and again, I already put it on the Discord, so you guys know. But yeah, there's more games on the way. So we don't just have the Metroidvania, well, what we think is Metroidvania. So there's actually more coming out for Castlevania. Now, my hopes, again, circle back to 3D. I'm hoping that's what we get. A 3D game would be sick. Well, I mean, like a 3D collection. That's like one of the few games we have left remaining. So have, you know, the PS2 and the 64 games in one area would be cool. Now, this is a stretch, you know, a dream, sort of. I'm asking a lot here. I'm already getting a game, but if we somehow get this sort of big resurgence of Sonya to sort of tie in with the new Metroidvania, I'm everywhere, I know, but if we get a remake or a full-fledged 3D game inspired or, you know, completing the Dreamcast game, That would be crazy. Because every collection pretty much has included a remake of some kind, right? So to have that would be kind of insane. So not only do we get like the classic 3D, but we get like a new one, along with like something for the Metroidvania fans. So that's what I'm hoping for, right? And if there's still more like the 2D stuff, there's still Rebirth, and there's still Chronicles, and even Dracula X Chronicles, a PSP remake of Rondo. Right, so there's still games, which does include Legends. That was never included in the first collection with the other Game Boy games. They left it out for some reason. I think it is included in the Nintendo servicing. But it would be cool to have it included in a collection and a remake for Sonya for her game. Because that one's easily the worst of the trilogy. Well, if you include Kid Dracula, that's 4 games, but yeah, the Legends game is easily the worst one. And they have a track record of remaking the more, you know, not so polished games. That's too much wind up. So I'm hoping we get this sort of resurgence of Sonya. You know, we got the Metroidvania, maybe a remake or fully fledged idea of what the Dreamcast game could have been, and then a remake of Legends. Like, let's go full.
We can proceed past the door.
Let's back Sonya this year. That would be pretty sick. Yeah. Okay, and then I was a little confused, right? Because immediately with the Metroidvania, I immediately thought, okay, this seems like a girl main character, right? Especially immediately, you know, resembling Sonya with the hair, the haircut, and everything. And I was watching it, I got, what's the word? Confused. Because of the letter. But I got confused because no, it's actually Trevor that's reading the, what would you call it? The note or whatever. It's the church asking Trevor, who is reading the letter, to send your help, pretty much. So he's reading it and he's talking to his kid. Now my guess, this is the daughter of, you know, Trevor and Sypha. And this might be their way of, you know, shoehorning in Sonya into the canon. Even if it's just like a reference design-wise, like not exactly Sonya. But I think, no, even on their website, they actually mention they say she. So it is a daughter, if, you know, if you're right, if that's their kid, but I'm guessing it is. So, yeah. And they're pretty secretive about it. I'm not sure if it's going to be like a Samus. This is Nioh 3 experience, by the way. Sort of picking where you want to go because there's no agency or set goal or structure. It's more free. But I'm not sure if that was intended, but so yeah, I'm wondering if they're gonna do like a sort of Metroid Samus Aran sort of thing. They kind of keep it hidden that it's a girl the whole time, but I'm not too sure. They probably might like reveal more as time goes on, but so far I'm really liking what I'm seeing. Like to compare it to, I forget what Igarashi's new series is called. I gotta be honest with you. Bloodstained, I think. I'm not sure if that's just the 2D games. Well, I mean like the classic Vania sort of games, or the Metroidvania. But yeah, just comparing the sequel to his game and this one. This official Castlevania is more cleaner, like clarity-wise. I sort of feel like the visuals of Iga's games aren't the best. Like, I played it for a bit, but I want to say that game ironically cursed because of Kickstarter, man. I'm glad it got the backing, but the double-edged sword was all the goals, right? It was, I'm glad we got the 2D games, but they added more stuff like, I'm not sure if crafting was there originally, but I think they added in because of goals. Yeah. So yeah, it seems like it's added stuff just to add it because we reached a goal. And I think some of the content was pretty cool. Like from what I've seen, I haven't played it obviously, but yeah, I'm liking the main character. I'm liking the look of the game. I like the style of it. The gameplay looks pretty fun. So that's pretty good. And I know it's being made by the people who did Dead Cells. And that I'm interested in. Like, I haven't played much of the game. Probably like 10 hours. Like I was playing it in preparation for the DLC at the time. Like, I know there's meta progression in roguelites. So I was trying to, like, you know, get up to snuff for when this comes out. Because I'm not sure if it was, like, balanced for long-time players or not. So I was trying to do that. But I ended up stopping for one reason or another. Yeah, so fortunately I didn't get to play it, but it is Year of Castlevania. I've been doing pretty consistent with playing the other games. So it's on the list. It's on the list. I do want to play it before the game comes out. It's actually pretty well priced, I think. But I am waiting for a sale if I can. Because I'm in no rush, right? I still have Castlevania 2, and maybe Rebirth. And other stuff, right? So I have time. But yeah, I think that's Castlevania. Yeah, I was super hyped. I'm liking what I'm seeing. So much wind up. There's more on the way. It seems to be in good hands because I've only heard good things about the Dead Cells expansion, and that's coming from the Metroidvania players of Castlevania. So that's pretty good. So yeah, that game, I'm hyped. I'm not cautiously optimistic. I am actually like, okay, we're getting something good. So and he's a lot more of a pushover in this game. Even in 2, when he came back, he was still quite the powerhouse. But again, these guys aren't built for this game. Honestly, I don't think the Perfect Dodge should have given you Key. Now that I think about it. It is so lenient with his iframes. And pretty easy to do. Like, I don't have to care about this. I don't have to care about the different frame data, the distance, or the pros and cons. I don't care that this takes up different amount of key anymore. Because if I do this and get it right, I get it back. You can say the same thing about deflex. It's pretty busted for the same reason. You don't have to care about key being taken away anymore. You don't have to care about toughness stat. You don't have to care about break. Do a deflect, it all comes back. And yeah. I am in sort of a dilemma with that though. So I think of Isen, right, Onimusha. Same thing. It has a perfect block. There's no exactly end lag or startup to it. It's pure timing. Now the thing I want to know is what the Isen timing is for Onimusha. That's the big difference. Like, is that thing actually hard to do? Like stricter timing compared to like the deflex in this game? Like, are the deflex just easier? So yeah. So that's what I'm trying to, like, what makes Isen better than the deflex in this game? Pretty much. That's what I'm trying to wrangle my head around. The only thing I can think of is risk reward every time. So like maybe the timing is stricter, or it's actually risky to do. And if you miss it, you know, it might be a bigger punish. But yeah, Rise of the Ronin had a lot of counters as well. But like I showed in the video, there was actual end lag to it. So if you mashed it, you got hit a lot. Very damaging game too. That's why I like these sort of counters in this game. There's actual like planning and foresight and skill. This one's busted, by the way. But yeah, I like these. So yeah, this game's very... What's the word I'm looking for? I guess a lot. That's a lot. Oh boy, trying to fight the same boss for the 4th time for reward I won't care about. I'm not participating in any more hype trains after Wilds and Netflix. I swore to myself never to allow this happen again. Yeah, I get that. It's all about... Yeah, it's all about maintaining it. But I wouldn't jump... I usually don't jump into the deep end of like... What's the word? Like dooming? Like when I saw Platinum, I was like, okay. With NG4, right? I'm like, okay. I'm excited. I'm curious. But I know it was also a huge turnoff. Again, depending who you ask, but... So yeah, it depends. Like I'm pretty sure some people aren't really hyped that it's a Metroidvania, the new Castlevania, for example. Or that it's made by... the guys behind Dead Cells. Same goes for Ragebound, right? Probably some didn't care. I remember seeing this though. I remember like people didn't care it was 2D. Like they actually were sort of up in arms about it. And then the next step was like, okay, it's made by the Blasphemous devs. So like, is it gonna be a Metroidvania, or is it gonna be a straightforward, you know, action platformer? So yeah, it's pretty interesting to see like player expectations and wants. Like people want a 3D Ninja Gaiden game. Most people, right? And most people will probably want a Metroidvania when it comes to Castlevania. So it's kind of funny how your audience sort of decides that. So yeah, it's pretty interesting to think about. But yeah, I usually go by recent track record. And I know Platinum for some isn't really that hot so far. But I give him the benefit of the doubt. It came out pretty good in my opinion. I think I liked 4. And that's why I want to play Dead Cells DLC. I want to get more insight of like what to expect from this team. Again, I got sort of good reception from like serious like speedrunners of like the Metroidvania stuff. So I will take their word for it. So and I'm not too familiar with the Metroidvania side of Castlevania, I gotta be honest. I've only finished Aria like 3 times, Order once, and Dawn once. I did beat Circle and Dissonance. I didn't really care for those 2. I enjoy them. I think it's more rare though, where I prefer it. I will still play them because it's Castlevania. Like I'm not super, what's the word? Picky? Oh, I was gonna say, like, I wouldn't mind if it's a 3D Castlevania, I'll play it. And I forgot to mention, like, what if we get a 3D Castlevania? Like, besides like the canceled Sony game. Usually when this comes up for Castlevania, the immediate comparison is a Souls game. I understand why. Especially Bloodborne, right? I do get it. I think the style and sort of pacing is right. And like the interconnected world, right? The big difference between like Soten or any Metroidvania for Castlevania, the unlocks is more movement, while Souls games it seems to be more combat focused unlocks. So I think if you really want a 3D Castlevania, it has to have actual platforming be a key feature to some extent, I think. Like, I think the 3D like 64 games were on the right track. Like actually having platforming and real platforming. The controls needed some refining. I gotta be honest. But I like the effort. And you know, PS2 or 6th generation games said screw it to platforming, pretty much. It's still there. Not a lot. And level design is pretty sparse. Is that the right word? Pretty simple, let's say. So yeah. But the controls are pretty fun, like pretty tight in the 6th generation games, the 3D. Oh, he gave me a thumbs up. Give me time. Oh no. It was literally like a second later. So I just combine like the music styling and the controls of the 6th generation games. And then add the level design of the 64 games. And maybe even the characters. Like the amount of characters. Like that might be a little too much, probably, but it would be cool. Like each one having different like weapons and movement mechanics. Yeah. Just like in Legacy of Darkness. Well, and the first 64 game. Well, cool thing about that game actually, each character gets their own level, like 1 or 2, I think. It's actually pretty cool. Like they have, like the mage girl has more almost puzzle platforming, I think. And Reinhardt has way more like combat focused section. That's pretty cool. There's some good things about 64. It's not all bad. There's some cool stuff there. Level design, multiple characters, different routes, sort of. It's a good game if you look at it in the right angle. But yeah. So yeah, if there is a 3D game, I hope there's platforming. I know there's also rumors for Platinum making the new one. People are sort of guessing that this guy Savage is a hint. I haven't checked it out actually. But I think they mentioned like how the character looks, the type of things you fight. I think they said there's even like a full moon, like heavily like prominent. Wait, I gotta play it myself or at least watch a video. But dude, if Platinum makes it, I wouldn't mind. I would not mind. That would be crazy if they make Ninja Gaiden and Castlevania. Literally my top 2 favorite franchises. And if they go 2 for 2, man, I will I've never been a doubter of Platinum, even during the worst times, but I'll be forever grateful if they make a Castlevania game and deliver. So yeah, fingers crossed, man. What a game, right? Ninja Gaiden Black had you do the same thing. But you didn't have to do this. It was just a key item, and you placed it. At least there was some platforming involved to get here. But yeah. When I stop and think about this game for too long, it's not very good, is it? It always turns things sideways, but it's been a great year so far. Nioh 3, RE9, Onimusha, Bloodstained 2, Ninja Gaiden 4, DLC, and now Castlevania, plus some indie games. Dude. What other... Okay. Holy crap, I got a lot to catch up with you guys. Alright. Sorry, I gotta skip to the bottom. I'll try to catch up if I can, but... The show is a nice change of scenery. I like the snow. Yeah, it is nice. I do like snow levels in games. Way better than water and ice stages. Like, I actually prefer Miles Morales way more than 2. And quite a bit more than 1. And again, because of the snow. And I think even Batman Arkham Origins, people have the same sort of feeling. The snow is really a really nice touch. I think that's a really good, like, scenery for like to repurpose like your map, to be honest. It's pretty nice. And Arkham Knight went the rain route, and oh my god, what a beautiful game, bro. But yeah. Guys, Savage mode on Ninja Delta was solid. Okay, that's good to hear. With all the new remakes, hope Konami gives something Metal Gear Rising. Speaking of, I was hoping that was included in the MGS Volume 2 collection. It would make sense to have it, especially for MGS 4. Like, let's have the sort of follow-up to it for Raiden anyways. Like, that would be really nice. But I know it's on Steam, right? Rising Revengeance. But it's not on modern consoles. I think you can buy an Xbox because I think it's on modern Xbox consoles. You saw that same dip in performance, right? I know my bitrate can be sort of inconsistent, but no, the game hard started there, which is super rare. Like, most times games on here will run perfectly fine, but I'm noticing once we got to the second region, it got a little so-so, which is rare. But yeah, it would have been really awesome to see Rise of Vengeance, like an actual remaster port, and not just, on the Xbox Series and Steam, pretty much. It would have made a lot of sense to have that bad boy on there. Now, it is cool they put Ghost Babel. I never played it, but I'm a big fan of Game Boy Color stuff, so I was hyped to see that. If you've never seen the sprite work of that game, pretty damn good. One of the best on there, to be honest. But I am kind of curious though, because I never played like the MSX games or the Nintendo games, the NES ones, but it seems like that's the style it's going for. And I wonder how it stacks up to those, the prior to the Solid series.
Doing whatever you please.
Yeah, I'm really glad they put that at least. Like that is pretty cool. Like it's super rare to have like a playable Game Boy game outside of like Nintendo. So not bad. Now if they place Resident Evil Gaiden, that'll be perfect. It'll save people a lot of money. I can tell you that much. For both games.
You can live for 800 years.
Ghost Babel's so stylish and it captures the Yoji Shinkawa's art. Oh, dude, exactly, man.
Such rumors, and so they
NG4
find mermaid flesh.
stars a twink instead of a hunk, so I pass. Okay. Okay, speaking of MGS, what's your opinion of Raiden then? Because the same thing can be said about that game. Right. And it's even like sort of like a interaction for that exact reason in that game. I'm a big fan of Raiden. I don't think you can see it on here because I turned off internet, but I do have a Raiden logo. We got a profile picture. So he's pretty cool. I do like Raiden. And I also like Snake too, so I'm not like I prefer one over the other. Or like staunchly prefer one over the other. But yeah, I do like Raiden. I like his look. I like the fact he uses the katana at the end of the game in 2. And of course like Rising of Vengeance, right? Leaning more into the ninja aesthetic. So it's kind he became more and more of a fan. Well, I became more of a fan over the years because of the changes. It's possibly a different situation when the game came out. I have heard that it was pretty much like a bait and switch. With like the advertisement. I'm pretty sure if you have somebody who's never like watched a single YouTube video ever, if they're somehow unaware about MGS2, then it might work. Well, like what it's going for, like not the thematically, right? The story stuff, like recreating the perfect soldier again. But the whole bait and switch, right? Because the whole bunker section. So if you have a brand new player, it still might work. And I'm kind of curious if like if somebody who's never used the internet played 1, really liked Snake, went into 2, and what they thought about it, like the switch up. I'm kind of curious, like in today's age. I think many people are very like soft on Raiden. Like of course he has his fans nowadays, right? So it's not like a big deal anymore. But yeah, I'm kind of curious from like a new point of view, what people will say. Dude, look at so damaging just to do that. That's crazy. So crazy. Raiden is alright. He morphs as the story goes. It represents a player. Well, oh yeah, from the story and ideas Konami were. Yeah, that's why I like Raiden too. Like the story sort of somewhat flew over my head at the time. I was probably 14. Around I was probably 13 or 15 when I played 2 for the first time. So that stuff sort of flew over my head. It's pretty obvious about it. I think I sort of understood, but the more larger implications though of the ending anyways didn't really hit until later. And that makes me like the game 2 a whole lot more. So I do like that. Like it's very rare for me to really pay attention to the story much in games. I typically skip them. But yeah, it's kind of a hard thing not to learn about after a while, especially for MGS2. There's such a massive like core to that game's identity. Um, 66. What level am I? 67? Okay. I rarely try to go to the right direction, I gotta be honest. I try to go elsewhere. I'll probably do that. I'll probably go back and take a left. And then circle back around. Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. It's more about corridors. Mainly thin lines. There is a few detours. But it doesn't have that maze-like design that I like so much in the first game. The reason that the react different is because Ride at MG2 is like 20 years old. You need an idea at the time. The other guy is from 2005. Is not about it. Oh, okay. I can see that too, right? It's the same thing we just said about the Elden Ring effect of the larger world only works once. All right. So I get that. I do get that. Again, like I don't mind Yakumo. I do feel like his design is sort of okay. Like as a tech, I guess a tech wear sort of ninja, or futuristic one. It seems too safe. Maybe, I'm not too sure. Like again, I like Raiden's, you know, Robo Ninja. But Yakumo, I'm not too sure. Nice hugs. I mean, I like him, but he defines personality. What's up, Sentry? Sentry, what's up? What's up? How do you like Nioh 3 so far? Dude. I think you guys can sum it up for me. If you don't mind. But yeah, if you've seen, I think, okay, actually, 1 second. Watch this clip real quick. Yeah, watch this clip real quick. Calm down, my puppy. Nioh 3 is so good. We've been talking about everything but Nioh 3. Exactly. Oh, man. I'm enjoying Nioh 3. It's different. That's as... is different. Personally, the changes are either side grades or odd, to say the least. And it comes off more as a downgrade. And the strengths that I liked so much of the earlier games aren't here anymore. Mainly the level design. So. And the more like, yeah, just the structure level design is like my biggest thing. Like one of my favorite things about the earlier games. And this one doesn't really scratch that itch. But the people who can be iffy about it or like can take it or leave it. Yeah, this might be not too bad. This is the most Nioh 3. Yakumo is as good as Nero. Some could have said Nero at the time. Could have been said about Nero. Yeah, exactly. I don't mind pro tag changes. Again, it goes back to player expectations for a series. Like it's so different from series to series, right? For Castlevania, it's very normal to have a new pro tag. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Like I mentioned it before, but if we stayed with the same guy, we wouldn't have, you know, Richter. We wouldn't have Hector. We wouldn't have Alucard. All right. We wouldn't have Shinoa. Too much wind up, bro. So for me, I don't mind pro tag switching. And if it's done right, I would, you know, they're like fan favorites, you know, to join the legacy. So that's why I'm not too opposed to the idea. But I do understand when it comes to Ninja Gaiden, the expectations are different. And I do understand that. That's why I said in the video, like, it should have been a spin-off. It would have went over way better. And maybe ease them into like the main series, depending on reception. Like Momiji, right? We started the game as her. You know, she was a spin-off character at first. And then she got ushered into the main roster. And we're all like Momiji, right? So it's done. It has been done in the past in Ninja Gaiden, and it's worked before. So yeah, that's what I always say. Like, it's always execution, and that's it. I'm not immediately turned off by an idea. I'll always try to give it the benefit of the doubt, because you never know. This one might be what does it for you. Like, before I was never a big fan of running guns, surprisingly. Like, I never understood like the idea, like the appeal of it. But it wasn't until Cuphead where I really opened my eyes to, you know, what makes them fun. And it had my sort of renaissance at the time. So yeah, I've been there before. I do get it. And I've been proven wrong against sort of my like my preferences, where I open my eyes up to more games. So that's why I'm always harp on about like executions, the difference. You know, play it yourself. Like, it might not be might not be fun for me, but it might be fun for you. Or if it is fun for me, it might not be fun for you. You know, it's always different from player to player. So, but yeah, like I don't mind pro tag switching. As long as it's done right, then it's pretty all right. But yeah, the safer bet again. Made it a spin-off. So much so the problems. Well, like fan reception, I mean, would have been eased over. NG2 Black Lives, but NG4. I think it looks better because it has more distinct levels, like areas. Like 2 has that sort of globe-trotting adventure. So, you know, we go to all these different areas. 4, you sort of do as well, right? You go to the forest, go to the sewers, the city, the mountainside. There's some differences, but 2 has the variety, the visual variety. 4 has a coherent or consistent art direction, and maybe to a fault, because it's so well done. Everything does sort of bleed into each other with that neon sort of filter. Now, the colors they do use in the neon filter is different, right? The club is like pink, the sewers are more blue, or like the ocean area. Well, the dimension area is blue. You know, stuff like that. And the forest is green. So it's there. But yeah, 2 has a better like distinct levels visually and thematically. But yeah, that's why I've always said the levels of 2 is a strong suit. Not balance, not enemy design. It's just a level design. If the level design wasn't how it was, and if the ninjas weren't as fun as they were, that game would be pretty rough. Like, it's already rough, but there's like 1 or 2 things that barely keep it together. It's literally like the Spider-Man scene of like holding the train. Like, it's barely operate, like, you know, performing as intended. But yeah, that game barely gets by. And when it does, it's fun. But with a few caveats. I gotta see. I think in Nioh 2 you could pick up the items while locked on, but in this one you can't. I would have liked that you could, but I do understand the overlap of inputs would have caused problems, but that guy airballed. That did little damage for me being in ninja stance. I gotta be honest. Like I was expecting him to do way more than that. Like this should be way more of a glass cannon sort of style, but sometimes it doesn't feel like it. Let's just wrap this up. Oh, I don't have my power up, my henshin. There we go. We might be able to kill him without it. Maybe. I just need like one. Never mind. I should have used it. Sonya might be the pro tag and she might be Trev's daughter. Yeah, we were saying that, man. Fingers crossed. I think Sonya's design is pretty good. I wouldn't say it's left behind, but it is in a game that isn't that great, and it's a game that many people haven't played. So I wish it gets that look gets brought back. Especially as I missed the shrine. Yeah, hopefully it gets brought back as a costume. That would be cool. I would take that. Like make it an unlockable, like maybe like have it behind either a clear bonus or like a clear time achievement. Yeah, go all out with like the Metroid sort of thing. Oh, that's why I didn't go up here. I'm not sure if it's possible I can go up there, but looks like it's locked behind a movement ability that I may or may not have. May not have, but it's fine. I hope Castlevania comes back to form. I have no hopes for the game. Yeah, I think it's gonna be good, man. I'm pretty positive on what I'm seeing. Now, okay, in your opinion, I find this interesting. When you say return, like to form, right, for Castlevania, what do you envision? Because there's three like major eras, right? Like the classic Vania, the Metroidvania, and then like the attempt at 3D. It's pretty interesting. Like when we talk the identity of Castlevania, it's so varied, right? It's really hard to lock it down to just one thing, like one style. Hell, there's even a arcade. He does it twice. Rail shooter. Well, rail whipper. Yeah, I gotta check that out. I think you can emulate it. But yeah, I gotta check that out. And there's a fighting game too, of course. Oh, too slow. That should be the end of it. It really, well, I'm not too sure how long it took for the hidden tea house to become active in 2. In this game, it takes until the second area. So 25 hours minimum, maybe 30 to gain access to the clan stuff. I mentioned that because of the whole Gaki thing. Like I'm sort of wondering if I should choose Gaki and Toyotomi again. I'm not too sure though. I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure if that's still good in this game when, like, just keep playing how I'm playing. I'm not even too sure if going into intellect was too... if it was a good thing. I went into it because of the key recovery. Like, pretty much my courage of the game. Well, of like 2. That's why I dumped a lot into it, but it might be a waste of a stat. Because that's what ninja's for, right? With the low agility. Well, high agility grade. So I'm not sure if I should reset this. It is giving me a slight damage boost. So I'm not too sure. I think we're even out to 25 for this next, and then Stam. At the very least, because I don't want to see anyone with Nioh 3 here. I wouldn't say I'm sad. I wouldn't say I'm disappointed or sad. It's just, it's more confusing. It's more confusing. I'm assuming, I want to say it's somewhat trend chasing. Because they already did this in Rise. And I think it was so much more, it made more sense in that game. But for this, I'm not sure if it makes sense for Nioh. It is sort of like I said before, like a culmination of what they've been doing for the past 5 years, 7 years since Nioh 2. You know, bit of Wolong, bit of Stranger, you know, bit of Rise. Like everything's in here. Even 2 modified, right? But I wouldn't call this a Nioh game, to be honest. I would much rather have this game been... Okay, because literally it's the Elden Ring of Nioh, of new Team Ninja, right? The newer age. So just like Elden Ring, just give it a new title, because Elden Ring was also sort of a culmination of like everything leading up to that moment. So if this game did the same thing, yeah, again, it's simple as a name change can really do that much, I think, to like set expectations. Because that was fine in Ronin. You know, more people probably would have been fine with NG Bloodbound instead of 4. If this was called anything other than just damaging, okay, it might be infinite. Yeah, if this was called anything other than Nioh 3, I think my expectations would have been different. Yeah, because again, I don't think that's a bad game. It's just very questionable. Like the decisions they made. It's like progression, level design, and stuff like that. Yeah, just odd. Like I said earlier, you know, it's just different. Like that's as harsh as you can take it, if you can call that harsh. It's objectively good, but different approach than what I envision for Nioh. It definitely won't make my top 100. Yeah. there's usually a level of recency bias in that thing. But it does everything. The dodge of this thing does it all. I don't have to hot swap when I see that move anymore. I don't have to care about the vertical attacks or my end lag of my roll. When I see this, I'm okay. Let me use the one that lets me spam. Because if I was trying to do that with this, I'm okay, I have end lag. Okay, I'm gonna get clipped, I'm gonna get caught, you know. Well, this has everything. The range, speed, low end lag. Also, like a lot of distance. Very active as well. So it has like all the pros of like every stance without any of the, you know, the drawbacks. Where is the thing at? This section, this gimmick, is a true like Nioh 3 experience. It's not about fighting the thing. It's about how do I avoid the fight to find the answer. Yeah, because that's what the whole thing feels like too at times. Like try to avoid combat and come back later. And that's what this sort of sums it up as well. Oh, nice. There's actual damage in this game. Metroidvania game is a definitive style of Castlevania since its way it was invented. Entered the genre with Symphony of the Night. Oh, okay. The Metroidvania genre is really. I don't think you're wrong. It has a long-standing and very influential. What's the word I'm looking for? Foot in the Metroidvania. It's literally in the name, right? So it makes sense. It's a large portion of its identity. So I agree. But the definitive part is that might be too far for me personally. I think I would have to divide it in, you know, triple, right? Classic Metroid and 3D. 3D will obviously have the smaller portion, but you can't deny how like genius the design was and is for the classic era. So it's a shared responsibility of the identity of Castlevania.
Conniving Camo and your tricks. The yokai are running around.
They finally did this after 30 hours. That's crazy. That took them way too long. Like that was a staple in 1 and 2, having an enemy on the side. So I'm kind of surprised it took him this long to do a basic beginner trope. Massive windup. I should have time. No, I was trying to get a cool clip there. Okay, I was trying to be a cool guy. I'll take it back. I tried. I want him to die right there, mid swing. How level ups affect the game? How so? Like, there's too many? Like, is that what you mean? Like progression stuff? Like, I'm sure I have a lot of titles to go through. I should have a... That's fine. Lord of Shadow? Not so much. I did a video on it very early on for the channel. Same stuff as like New God of War. A lot of cutscenes. Platforming is automated, which is a big no-no. Like, I was going on a pretty big tangent about that earlier. Like, Castlevania should have actual platforming. And yeah. I am looking forward to playing 2 though. Like, I was already planning to play Lament of Innocence and Shadow 2. Doesn't that name confuse you? It's Lords of Shadow. Always kind of figured it was Lord of Shadows. Like, Lord being Dracula and Shadows being like all, you know, all the dark area of the world. But Lords of just one shadow, it doesn't sound as cool to me. Kind of wish it was Lord of Shadows. Little nitpick, but where is it at? Sounds cool, yeah. Game is crazy long, still need to finish it. Are you talking about Lord of Shadow? Yeah, it's like a 20-hour long game. Maybe 25. It's like having to grind just to become competent. The same could be said about Nioh 1 and 2. I do agree what you were saying, though. It is a game you're in it for the long haul. Yeah, I definitely agree, though. Rise of Nioh describes it. It's not seeing the Elden here. I prefer older Castlevanias. Me too. But I do appreciate Metroidvanias, what they do. Like, I feel like more of the Metroidvanias are so-so, in my opinion. Again, it's not my preferred playstyle. So, of course, it's not really for me, but I still like them because Castlevania, but... there's more games that leave a okay impression rather than a lasting one, like Aria, which I think is the only one that really left an imprint. I am excited to play Sutton though. Again, I've only beat it twice. Once on the PS1, well, like emulated PS1, and again on the Requiem collection, which is a PSP port. Only did the first castle, never done the second one. So I'm excited to do a full Sutton experience. I would say Nioh experience. Using Essen to grind is way better than taking out simple enemies than the slow way. It was a skill, that's why. Especially if you like do collateral kills in one. Yeah, it's a way skill-based thing. And even if you didn't, like, I did the challenge run for that game to not heal and not to upgrade. I did them both in one run. It was pretty fun. Again, because of the Essen mechanic. So, yeah, instant kills, man. and collateral setups, like good for upgrading, like for farming if you want, but it's also not required. Like skill takes place, what's the word? Takes priority in progression. If you have skill, you can get through stuff without upgrading a single time. During my stream, my words all over the place. I'll make it cleaner. Those are making my top 10. Yeah, NG4 is good, man. To like it at all from what I've heard, which is anything but Nioh 3. What would you rate Nioh 3? Like I mentioned before, it's still a good game. It's just not my preference. That's all. Like I wouldn't harshly like bash the game. I'll make my criticisms known, obviously, but that's just again my expectations of like what the series, well, what the strengths of the series is to me. Yeah, that's what it comes down to, just preference. Just how some people prefer the classic Vania or some prefer Metroidvania. Just depends who's playing the game. Now my inner struggle is trying to determine if it's better than Wo Long. Yeah, because I think I prefer Rise of the Ronin to this game. Because it's more of a focused thing. It still has the same, you know, downfalls of open world. But I think its combat was more balanced for what it was. And that was a human aspect, right? Well, this game, we're still using enemies that weren't designed for all this stuff. So it's kind of, it's not as engaging as Rise of the Ronin. So yeah, and Wo Long, I enjoyed my time with Wo Long. I feel like I'm getting the same sort of feeling with this game. Like I'm enjoying it because I do like, you know, Team Ninja's action RPGs, but just different.
Originally, the capital was inhabited by great numbers of yokai. The barriers maintained tranquility between them.
I'll always choose the Dante over Nero because more fun playstyle, because
and stoking conflict.
he has gimmicks.
How utterly barbaric.
Gimmick is a strong word, because we could even describe Dante's like styles as a gimmick if we really wanted to. But I wouldn't, and I wouldn't call like Nero's rev mechanic, Buster, gimmicks. I think he was a very well-made character in 4. I think it was perfect. I know I've had discussions with people with really cool ideas, like how to improve his kit and like more nuanced ways, like more control. But overall, man, I really like his toolkit in 4. 5, I wasn't too strong about it. You see the power of this thing, because like if I did that with like this, I wouldn't have been able to spam the dodge. But with this, I could. Flying Swallow. Again, rare moment where it's actually fun. again, if things were more tighter, right? Like if it wasn't open world, we can have these stacked enemy compositions where it actually pushes you. And I think this is what this game could have done better. But the only way to do that is have, you know, tighter structure. And that's not open world. And that was a submission, like a side mission, you know, not like a common thing you do all the time. So it's also a rarity in that way, actually having that sort of that fight, but really makes me think this game. Da-da-da. You were gushing crazy hearing this now. No, like I said, these games are good. Like I think Nioh 3 is a good game objectively. Like I keep making sure that's clear. This is still a good game. Is this when you have to compare it to its other games, which are peak of the genre? The competition is stiff. It's hard competition. Yeah, I think Wolong's good. I think this game is good too. They're just not my strong preference, like really strong preference. Still fun, still good. When you got to compare it to Nioh 2 and Stranger of Paradise, that's what better frames my feelings of this game. Is this really tough competition? You're trying to hide from me. And again, since Wolong was its own thing, my expectations are different, right? They're a little more lenient because I'm more lenient or like willing and open to try something new, right? That's different. The same is true for Nioh 3, but since it has Nioh in the title, I have pre-established, you know, expectations, especially playing for a decade. So that's where I'm coming from. That's where that's why I'm more vocal about the not so bright things. Because that's what stands out the most when comparing to the other games where these things weren't much of an issue when it was right beforehand. Yeah, this is why I wanted to stream it. I think I'm really glad I streamed this. So I want first-hand, real-time like evidence of showing it and then capturing like the thought process. And having visuals to back it up. Right? And in practice. It's easy to say one thing and like have cherry-picked clips. So like streaming it I think is a very important detail to do, like aspect for reviewing. It would help. Like it would help a lot. Like imagine if IGN says let's say Ninja Gaiden Black is bad, right? Or of course, or Gohan is bad. But if they have like footage of their gameplay, it's like, okay, you just don't understand the game, and that's fine. But it gives extra context to your criticisms. There you go. Because you can say it and then like have like a very stuff to fit your, I guess, agenda, like what you're trying to say. It'll make sense to back up your claims, right? But I feel like showing it live and having my experience, like that again, my experience, right? My experience. It'll better support what I'm saying. Like, okay, and that's how it happened for him. It wasn't for me, like from a different perspective. Like it's fair what he's saying, pretty much. That's why I do like to stream the games I'm reviewing when I can, for the extra like clarity, pretty much. And I've heard that too before, like reviewers outlets to either stream their gameplay or even upload massive chunk of gameplay or even like a full playthrough to sort of prove, I guess, or like again give more context to like either their skill level or if what they're saying is true, or if they're just having a bad, yeah, if is what they're saying makes sense to the gameplay, or if they were just doing something obviously like wrong, pretty much. Excuse me. So that's, or even like going as far to show stats or proof, right? Like show the achievement list or trophy list, you know, show your playtime. Like I've heard that before. I'm wondering what you guys think. Like, should more outlets be more transparent in that way? Like actually show the process of playing it for the first time, or even repeat times. It will at least give more, you know, support to their opinion. Right, again, this is my opinion. I always say, play the game yourself. Use what I say as not be all end all. Never ever. Definitely play the game yourself. Do your own due diligence. Just use it as more as a reference point, like maybe helpful tips. But again, my preferences are different than others, you know. But yeah, it would be interesting though if more outlets would be more, give that extra like raw gameplay. I think it will help. They get backlash. Remember the Cuphead tutorial? That's just the price you have to pay for truth, right? It's not the prettiest thing, being honest, but it does give necessary context. Does your voice hurt from all the talking because it sounds like it makes you need cooler? Dude, yeah, it does sometimes. It's fine for the most part. Like when we did the Ninja Gaiden 4 stream, that was 10 hours. And I think I do a good job at keeping up the pace. You know. Again, I've been streaming on Twitch for a cool bit, like since the channel started, pretty much. So I had to practice, right, of keeping up the endurance. But yeah, I think for the most part, it's not too bad. I have my moments where I have to like get something to drink, but not too bad. And also sort of used to it because I've been making like these long form videos when I voice record. And dude, like those recording sessions, I think for Ninja Gaiden specifically, it's like 5 hours worth of voiceover. It's a lot. And a lot of it is like mess ups and having to repeat what I'm saying. I actually really mess up like a lot when I'm reading off something. So yeah, I have to always go back and repeat something. And doing that drives me out quicker. But yeah, so having the previous experience and then recording for the videos that I record for, yeah, it's not bad. I don't think, anyways. Like if I take one small sip, I'll be good for like another 2-3 hours, to be honest. See, okay, this is good. It took a long time, but this is good. No boundaries. You know, there's actually a, you know, a risk of out of bounds, or like ring outs, you know. And this is something Nioh 1 did like within the first 4 stages. It just takes them longer to get to the point where Nioh 1 and 2 were doing stuff pretty much. Like when I pointed out the hiding enemy on the inside of the room. Like that setup was like super common. That's killing me. But yeah, stuff like that. Run on the Katana engine like Nioh 3, so that's not good news. Oh, please, I trust Team Ninja, but it's already been squandered. But I think it's higher ups at the Koei Tecmo. Probably. Probably. But why are you a little shaky on Team Ninja, though? I think I missed something. Well, if it runs anything like Nioh 3. Oh, okay. I remember. Okay. Yeah, you couldn't finish the demo because of the performance. Yeah, I remember. And if okay. Oh, speaking of DOA, dude, it is so surprising it's actually getting a complete version. Well, sort of complete. I don't think Kula is coming back, or how did I forget her name? She's like the most famous Kunoichi. Mai. She's not coming back either. I think she was in 6. So they're not coming back. So it's not fully complete, but it's pretty close. Now, good and bad about that game. Well, the re-release. The good thing, right, it's coming with the characters. And I think it says it's coming with more updates and more characters. So it actually might be further updated after release, which would be crazy. Is this would do more damage? You know, in Nioh 2, we were in a similar situation. But it was with Kasha. I think the comparison is very strong from our preferences of this game. Yeah, so the support of like 6 last round is going to be pretty consistent, probably. But I'm not sure if it's going to have rollback or crossplay. Usually a game loudly displays its, you know, rollback nowadays. So now that I think about it, the fact it didn't show is a little worrisome. And no crossplay would also suck. So yeah. I'm like it's needed. What else? The other games, right? It's update version. That's pretty awesome. And the support. But it's just the modern features of like what people expect. So I'm so excited. I want to see what it does. But yeah, let's hope, man. I think Virtual Fighter 5 Revo had all those things. Cross-platform and improved online infrastructure. So I would hope 6 last round could be in the same situation. More characters? Dude, who would be good? Okay, do we save characters for 7 or cash out in 6? That's the tough part, right? I feel like 2B is in everything. Grand Blue, Soul Calibur. She would fit perfectly in the AOA. I think Eve would probably be a pretty good choice. Would they put Tifa? Like, people have been asking for her in Tekken for a long time. But thematically and stylistically, I think DOA is a better pick. Yakumo in 7, I would see that. Watch him replace Hayate. That was in an uproar. I like legit can't see marriage part at all. Oh, Tess, I remember you mentioning that last time. Yeah, I don't know why that's like that. That's so weird. They're very protective of her. Wasn't there a thing where official Italian government used her as like a mascot or something? I swear I heard this. I could be crazy, but I swear this happened. So it's not like they're not, you know? I could be. I probably misreading something. Another live SNK. I would hope so. That would be sick. We've gotten with, well, I'll say we as I play the game. I'm a sideline enjoyer. To be clear, I like the games, but as most fighting games, I watch from the sideline. Yeah, it would be cool if Mai came back again. Continue the trend from 5 and 6. Dude, they gotta put Angel. Put an Angel, bro. From like, you know, SNK, KOF. As a sort of like grappler? Brawler type? Bro, I think it should be perfect. I think there's already a character similar archetype in DOA already. But I would like more love for Angel. But yeah, see how the general what word do I want to say? It's very tame, this game. Very tame. Like, I remember saying it's probably not good as a stream game, but maybe it is. It's very, you know, at your own leisure experience this game. Don't fight if you don't want to. Run around if you want to, you know. Don't engage with the combat if you don't want to. And give me Leona too. I think this is a tough debate of who has a better waifus, of Capcom or SNK, like the fighting game. It's kind of tough. So I would see SNK continue to work with DOA, right? Capcom though, I don't think so. I don't think we'll see a Capcom character in there. I am taking some big damage. Oh my god. I hope I can stagger his key regen. Oh my god, that 1 pixel of health. Don't get grabbed. And like I said, being in these forms don't heal you. I think that's the case for every Nioh game. I've never been a fan of that. I wish they healed over time. No! Oh my god, that was totally by accident. Whoa, look at that. Close call. That's crazy. You can also do the... Ooh, this is kind of scary. The dodge blocking in this style. Imagine if that was only a thing for samurai. But this thing has everything. Dodge blocking, range, spam, safety, low end lag, quick startup, super active. No, I was gonna switch to samurai and just like farm for deflex. But you do play fighting games, right? Yeah, I still play fighting games like very casually. Like I put like 20 hours in Sam Show, the reboot, all for the story completions. Like I got the platinum for the game. Like I got the platinum for Tekken 7, BB Tag. I feel like there's one more. Oh, Dragon Ball Fighters. Like I put time into these games, but I wouldn't say enough where, like, just to be safe, right? I want to say enough to be super knowledgeable on them. Like I watch a lot of videos and watch tournaments quite often of like traditional stuff. Right. I think I can keep up a conversation, or at least, you know, reference things here and there. Like the roll cancels and CVS2 and stuff. I know some stuff, but just to be careful, I never say I'm like an expert. But I think I know something, hopefully. But yeah, so yeah, I've been watching stuff all the time for fighting games. Like if you guys know Super Best Friends Play, like they're the ones who really got me into them. Friday night Fisticuffs and Saturday morning Scrub Lords. Easily my favorite series I've ever done. Like those I watch all the time. And like Wooly still continues that with getting into fighting games, which I like. So yeah, I pretty much watch him just for that sole reason. And then like, when I go to my friend's house, we'll do the same thing pretty much. Like he'll show me, like he's the one who showed me like Rev 2, or like Persona Ultimax and Arena, Last Blade 2, stuff like that. Like he showed me everything pretty much we watched from the channel, because he's like a massive fighting game player. So I've always been like around the games and played a lot of them, like been exposed to them. Even at my neighbor's house, they were big Mortal Kombat fans, and like my dad too at the time, when it was still, when it felt like Mortal Kombat pretty much. But so I've always been around the genre, but more of a casual solo against CPU sort of play level. Look at that. It might be safer to farm for deflex. Like we did good too on that attempt, the first one. Ooh. Oh, and like I streamed Tokon when I was in the first closed beta. I think I did pretty good. I got a 30 win streak, or almost win streak. I got 26, I think. That was pretty fun. Like, I was able to do my whiff punishes, my footsies, and like mix-ups and conditioning. Like, I understand how to play these games. And I think I have like 60 or 75 hours in Street Fighter 6 and like 105. Like, I played like the known stuff and like the smaller stuff too. Just in time. But those are baby hours compared to the generational legacy skill. That's why I'm quick to say I'm a casual. I pretty much am. But yeah, my main usual fighters are the untraditional ones. So like, I have, I think 600 hours in For Honor. And like probably 2,000 in Smash Ultimate alone. That game I have, like, not counting Smash 4 or Brawl, yeah, we're talking thousands. This is bad. Yeah, I prefer the games where you can get to the mind games of it very quick. Like, I don't mind execution. Like, I can do a DP right there. Stuff like that does not bother me. But it's when like you have to do crazy execution tests. Like, I think Under Night's pretty crazy. And of course, we've all seen like the KOF 13 trials, right? Yeah, so when it comes to like super crazy combos, that's why I'm sort of thrown off. I prefer when the mind games are super quick to get into, and stuff like For Honor and Smash did just that. More interactions, less waiting for the enemy combo to end. Like, as much as I adore watching like, MVC tournaments, yeah, touch of death, man. One mistake, and that's pretty much it. No, the side ones messed me up. You played For Honor? Yeah, a lot, man. I started with the beta. I think that was 2016. Started as Kensei. That was my main for most of the runtime. Kensei got power creep so hard, man. Because as a Vanguard, right, like, there's sort of that mid lane sort of character, right, to clear the minions and stuff. But like, okay, so like, they're sort of slow, a little more wind up with the attacks. Cool mix-ups, a lot of feints and stuff, like as all characters in that game. But yeah, once Warmonger came out, man, I hard swapped. Like, she became my main instantly. Very simple kit. So I can easily pick up and play her if there's a long gap of like not playing. And again, her skills, her passives are super powerful. Used to be even more broken. But yeah. Yeah, Warwami is pretty good. And I think that was the last character that well, I think Griffin was the last character that was new at the time. And I checked out soon after. I think there's been 10 characters since then. So yeah, I've been gone for like 3 years probably. Yeah, For Honor is extremely good. I'm kind of surprised it's not more talked about. I'm dead. Like, you know, Smash is always the immediate, like, okay, this isn't part of the FGC, but it still gets talked about, you know, in relation. For Honor, it doesn't get brought up at all, like, ever, surprisingly. Like, it rarely even gets a honorable mention. It did, surprisingly, in Koei Fighters video, like what is a fighting game, or like the genres of a fighting game. I was actually pretty hyped it was there. Yeah, most times though it's pretty much a scruffed attempt. Actually, let's do this. Let's do the power of Nioh 3. Yeah, I was really happy that Koei mentioned For Honor. Played Howler's Quarter? No, I haven't actually. I'm guessing that's another like. I'm really sorry for not keeping up with all your messages, guys. Usually I'm good, better, but Howler's Quarter. No, but I think that's like a armor or like knight sort of fighting game, right? It sounds like it. Duel was such garbage. What were they thinking about that? That wind swink. Duel? Is that a character? Oh, you're talking about DNF Duel. Context. If I can pick up a character mostly when it's broken. Oh, okay. Chivalry. No, I haven't, but I've seen gameplay. Like those channels would dip into like those. What would you even call this type of fighting game? Like the theme of like art, knights and armor and stuff. Yeah, they would dabble in there every once in a while. So I've seen some gameplay, but not a lot. It seemed pretty cool though. Okay, this is level 77. 69. Okay, nice. So we're under leveled, that's why. Yeah. It's not a skill issue, I swear. Historic medieval action game? Pretty much, yeah. Realistic duelist simulator. What about Bushido Blade? Have you guys played that? I've only seen gameplay, of course, like from Two Best Friends, or Super Best Friends. Seemed pretty cool though. And I think there's even a game nowadays that sort of simulates that sort of limb-based, I guess, footsies. You know, I got to stab at a limb and it's like, no, it's gone now, but. Okay, so yeah, we're just under leveled. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Bushido Blade's modern spur. Okay, it might be the same game I'm thinking of then. It's overly statement looking, seems super easy to get lost. Yeah. Online's on my taste. Yeah, me neither, man. Again, it's super tough to like keep up with the meta. And also, as a console player, you gotta buy through the online, which really bums me out. PC though, you don't have to. That's good, but. And of course, you have more access to larger library with like Fightcade 2. That's pretty good. But yeah, pretty limiting for console. That's why I stopped playing fighting games. Or don't play them as much, to be honest. Either it's not like to my preference of like quick jumping into like the mind games, or I gotta pay for it, which, yeah. Again, I've talked about this before, like, the monetization for fighting games is so scummy. Like, the practices is pretty much a live service game, where you have to buy your way in at a full price, and the game isn't finished. So that's the rough part. Like, I'm actually on the train that they should either be super budget to get in, like 20-30 bucks, or free. Like with the amount of like skins they sell, how much relying on updates and new characters and stuff like that. Yeah, it's no different than like a live service game. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't joined, or got away with it. I mean, like Street Fighter 6 is doing every single version of monetization, and it gets away with it. Kind of surprised. DLC for fighters, exactly, yeah. By in full price, I got Street Fighter 6 at 8% and then dropped it because it sucked. Here's the thing though, I could wait for a deep sale, but then I missed the window as a casual player. Again, I prefer the discovery phase of a fighting game. Like I was there for Fighters when it was brand new. I played at the beta, and then the first year, stopped playing for the second season, came back for season 3 with a massive update. Played ranked again quite a bit. But yeah, it's same for Strive. I actually put a good bit of time in Strive as well. Giovanna, man, super fun. But yeah, again, I was there at the beginning, so it's easy to learn with everybody. But once you miss that initial window, that's pretty much it, man. Optimization is insane. And the only player base remaining are the killers. So it's fun for me as a casual super early to get in. So I gotta pay more to have more fun, or my type of fun. But besides that, I'm filtered out pretty much. But yeah. It is. I think it's easier, probably. I'm assuming with stuff like Tekken, but where legacy matters. I've heard different for 8, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Like if you learn it, okay, it's like a core skill that you have to pretty much. It will never leave you, pretty much, with how much dedication it takes to get to a certain level. But yeah, I'm assuming the same is true for like any fighting game. Like knowing what is footsies or like meaties and stuff like the basics, how to do DP, anti-air in general. You know, how to mix up in the corner. Like everything is pretty much applicable, like other games in their own way. Just the concepts are the same, just the execution is different, right? But so I get the concepts and what to do. It's just I'm not good enough to keep up with everything. Like with action games, I think I'm fairly like competent enough to jump from one game to another and do okay. Like fighting games, no. I don't have anywhere near the experience to do that. Store cost $220, that's crazy. Steam game is 50% off. Giveaways back. Yeah, dude. If you had to choose one waifu to come back, who would it be? Or to be introduced for the first time? People using auto combos. I thought X was ironically good. Yeah, I hear X is probably the best like modern Netherrealm game. But 11 and 1, I'm dead, were sort of like so-so, even from a casual perspective, I've heard. But yeah. Yeah, I heard 10 is like actually the last good MK game, modern MK game you can probably pick up right now, you know. Because 9 is, you know, locked on PS3 for most people. I wouldn't doubt if like the PC port is like super outdated and only purchasable on Xbox. I'm kind of surprised I'm not more of a fan like of MK, you would think, with the whole ninja aesthetic. But it was my first fighting game too. Yeah, I think I actually had a lot of time with 9 as well. I want to say I did 300 floors. I want to say I did. And I definitely used the same strats of like the dragon kick, spam something else. I still have my original PS3 from then, I think. So I should have the save still. Yeah, after a while though, it became too much of a gore simulator. It was more comical and more cartoon and funny. But no, dude. Yeah, after 9, no. I think 10 still has a nice balance. But yeah, after no. Like I like Ninja Gaiden 2 and Razor's Edge, but it's more of a gamey representation of that stuff. While Mortal Kombat, it really chased the trend of realism, and it that reflects with their animation as well, right? The NetherRealm games. So yeah, my buddies have a passing interest. Okay, and that's another thing, right? If you have friends who sort of enjoy them, and when you play them with them, like as an expert player, you either have to sandbag where you don't have fun, or you school everybody and they don't have fun. It's tough, man. It's a very tough genre to play at a casual level. I think I mentioned this before in Discord, but fighting games are inherently competitive. Like you can't take away that competitive edge to it. You could do some casual stuff, but I don't think it's possible. Not for long. It is a competitive genre through and through. One winner, one loser. And that's it. There's no team shooters. You can easily shift the blame. And they're quick to sort of ease the loss with all the, progression bars, either for the battle pass or for character mastery. They do stuff to psychologically manipulate you to ease the pain and like to keep playing. Well, fighting games, you can't do that. It's really a black and white thing. Bro, actually, I keep forgetting I have the yokai ability burst thing. So I can interrupt them now as if I have root counter. But again, doing the first stage, well, first region without it for 25, 30 hours, it sort of beats it out of your muscle memory of options. Yeah. PS Online dude, yeah. It's too expensive, man. Way too expensive. But usually I like them for mechanical reasons. Oh, dude, Bullet, dude. If you can pick up of the characters I name drop, I think you can tell a theme. I have like 40 Lost Streak and Blaze Blue. Oh, dude, yeah, I'll probably have 100. Or Infinite Lost Streak. How's he? Oh yeah, yeah. I don't really do waifus, really. So you don't get waifu baited in fighting games? That's like a huge thing for fighting games, especially nowadays. Makes sense though. Ocarina 5. Oh, that's true, yeah. But by the time my fighting games are cheap, they're releasing the next one. Yeah. Or again, you got to like catch up on the meta of all the characters that came out, or even learn the new mechanics that were added. If it was like a version 2, Like I remember trying to practice Strive a little bit when the reworked green meter. It was something like that. It became like 2 bars or 4 bars, I think. You can do like EX moves with it. So I was trying to figure some things out with Giovanna, but I don't know. It's a lot of effort, man. Very, very intensive genre to be good at. So if you can jump from game to game and be competent, A lot of props, man. I don't think people can do that. Like, I watch Diafoam more often as time goes on. Dude. Yeah. As a player who could jump between each game and quickly pick up like the game's mechanics and like actually perform well. Yeah. And actually be a high level player at the same time. And a good content creator. Like to have like every, you know, what's what I'm looking for? Even spread his stats pretty much. So I definitely watch his videos from time to time. Bloody Roar. More 3D games would be cool, huh? I heard a lot of people ain't happy with Guilty Gear Strive, and I don't know why though. They call it phony. Yeah, I always hear the same thing where to be a Strive fan is different than a Guilty Gear fan. Pretty much. Because of I guess the mechanics being, you know, simplified at the beginning, and also like, yeah, I think that was like the big thing. And I'm assuming, like, I heard the same thing with like Tekken 8. Like there were, like players have a theory that Tekken 8 was trying to be the Strive. Like 8 was going to be the Strive of that series. Sort of like, you know, change it up a bit, introduce a new, you know, generation of players, but it didn't seem to work out that way. Well, only listen to one end of the spectrum, right? You have the legacy players. I'm not sure how Tekken 8 enjoyers have to say, but it is interesting. I always wonder when I hear those sound effects or voice clips. I always think like, man, they had to sit in the booth and record that. It must be pretty fun. Like imagine how much, well, they probably get paid once, but being a Pokemon voice actor, imagine that. You are the voice of a Pokemon for who knows how long. Saying the same word every time.
Legend has it that a god of sake brewing once set foot here.
It's really hitting me how good that voice actor is. A voice actress.
That may explain the endless
Strive looks cringe, and I liked X2. It's too anime, not grunge enough. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get that too. I lost the. Again, I'm a casual. Like when I played Rev 2. Again, very casual level. Dude, like it was oozing the rock and gear, sort of like look to it. The HUD also represented that or reflected it like better. Like I didn't care for Strive's HUD because it was so minimal, you know, just like rounded rectangles. You know, that's pretty much it. There's no like border HUD to like frame it, you know. It didn't feel as strong of a personality, like visually. But yeah, of course, I tried to play Alfeld and Viking in that game. I remember having such a hard time practicing the instant air dash Z motion for Viking. I think you had to do that in the practice thing, the tutorial. That's impossible. And you had to manually air dash. You know, unless there's someone has a custom macro, but dude, the finger finesse is insane if somebody can do that. I play fighters with my sister whenever possible, unless I feel like suffering. Oh, okay, yeah. Tekken is too much expensive a DLC. I'm not pay for $8 game. Another thing too with Tekken, don't you have to buy the character to even practice them, like, or practice against them. I mean, like, that stuff, man, that's scummy in my opinion. Again, my only frame of reference for a fighting game I've actually played at a somewhat decent level was For Honor.
But it turned out it was just a crow.
What the hell? In that game, you could actually buy characters from playing the game. It might take a while, because I was playing the game heavily. But I would always have enough in-game credits that I earned by playing to buy the next character if I wanted to, once the early window ended. So that's cool. You can even do the characters tutorial if you wanted to, like if you actually cared for their, you know, controls or mechanics. I'm not sure if other games let you do that though. And I want to say you can actually fight against them and practice against them too, but yeah, For Honor were surprisingly player friendly to some extent. I do have a sneaking suspicion that they had characters super busted in the first week on purpose, you know, to have people buy them. Again, Warmonger was super busted. Like her passives were working on minions, because she has like this sort of like AoE stack, right? Like the circle that always follows her, and anything that's in there sort of acts more of a damage boost, like a constant damage, like chip damage sort of thing, if I remember right. So the more people that were in there, the more like chip damage the group took. And she's a Vanguard, which means she's usually meant to like clear out the minions. And if you have like 7 minions and somebody fighting at the same time, yeah, pop your cooldown, stack a whole bunch of chip damage, and they're dead. And they definitely knew that was busted. I remember watching what was it called? Something Den? The Hunter's Den, I think. Something like that. You can see on the face. They know how overtuned that was. And then, coincidentally, once it was available for, you know, non-paying players, then it was, you know, balanced. Figure that, right? So yeah, so they're not free of full scummy stuff like that, but from what I've heard, they're actually not too bad. Early on though, they had a gear system. I think it was pay to win. I think almost close to Battlefront 2, like in that sort of regard. But yeah, they took out that system with like the big overhaul of the game after some time. But it seemed like a pretty, like out of the 4 years, maybe longer that I played of the game, never felt like I was being nickel or dimed at the time. Seemed pretty fair. And then like Tekken, for example, having players pay for frame data, that's crazy. Like we got to get money out of these lifetime players somehow. Like I'm pretty sure I can imagine like the discussions, right? Like we have the players that are die hard. They're gonna be here no matter what. Like how do we monetize that? How do we monetize the super fans and the die hard competitive scene? Yeah, frame data. You know, we can't make them buy skill because they already have that. So might as well sell them knowledge. Knowledge is power, so very scummy. But that's how live service games have to be after a while. It kind of sucks. New game plus of this game, or do you plan on setting it? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do new game and call it there. Kind of rough, man, because like I would go as far as I could in Nioh 1 and 2, and then come back and do it again with the DLCs. Like do all the difficulties. That's my favorite part of action games. But Again, replayability is the problem. My issue, I mean. My issue with the game. So. To come back and do all this again? I'm not too sure. Ticket 5 Dev Team 343. Almost 2,000 people? Holy crap. Doing what? Dude, that's crazy. What? Dude, at that point, it's like, where is the manpower going? Like, you know, that's like, that's so insane to me. That's so crazy. Again, it's more like an inflation thing. I guess they assume more is better, like more people, better product. I don't know, man. Something so backwards. I should use this more often. I feel like I can avoid grabs with this because you can't do that with yokai abilities anymore, right? So I feel like I can do that. But again, I feel like I don't need to. Or maybe I'm just being too hard-headed to prove a point, but I don't know. Like, that can be the issue too. Like, I'm sort of set in my ways, so I'm trying to give myself a harder time by not using stuff, but usually that doesn't happen though. Clothing to sell similar to Street Fighter 5 did, but it's probably as lacking as any other. As any for that. Oh, okay. It's weird, man. Again, after we did the demo for Soul Calibur 3, like, that game still blew my mind. That's the first time me seeing gameplay and playing it. That game's impressive. Like, if that was sold today, I think that's good. Yeah, it's the same talking points though. Like, higher pricing for what? Like, what do we get for that? The quality isn't as there when we had to pay like 60 or 50 bucks. So, more hires, larger games, like install, like not optimized pretty much, and more expensive. And it doesn't perform as well. And when you have to do that to make up for that sort of coup de cost, right? It's time to sort of spread the vision to have more players. That's kind of the funnel problem after a while. You guys ever seen Labyrinth? David Bowie as Goblin King. Jim Henson puppetry. This guy looks like the monster in that movie. Just not red. The amount of single player content in Soul Calibur 3, also insane. I might have to check that out, man. I was having fun. I was flailing around, but it's a really cool game. Didn't play to win just to be annoying. For me, for Honor, I just picked the guy with grab and grab people. Oh yeah, dude, grabs are fun in that game. Like, everybody, well, every character is pretty much a pseudo grappler. So that's pretty fun. Like, dude, I remember having such a hard time with I guess Centurion. Super fast. The grabs are crazy. All right. Yeah, everyone had like this sort of grab for the most part. Dude, what a cool game, man. For Honor, to be clear. Again, when it comes to keeping up with online games and like still enjoying the vision after so long, it's sort of tricky for me. Dude, look at that key damage. Okay, that's pretty fair. We get more key back. Oh wow, I'm surprised I didn't count. Okay. I might just let myself die here. Grappling in general is fun. I think all games should incorporate some form of grappling into gameplay. Just grab them. Yeah. I could understand though, like, not wanting to do that to keep things, like, keep kits different, but it's such a fun tool, man. Super fun. Like, Warmonger and Warden don't have a grapple, or like a command grab, but their charge attacks sort of have the same, like, mix-up game to it. Like, not being too dodge happy or too block happy. So like that. I like changing up my my timings. What did so much Q damage? I'm gonna attempt to keep perfect dodging. Like I said, I usually swap to I swap to the samurai in the dark round, but I'm gonna keep this up. Oh, nice. That was surprisingly short-ranged. Oh, wow. Doesn't count. 25th anniversary is a big deal. So what's Deems is getting Netflix again. Oh. I feel sorry, man. Like, I'm kind of curious what Castlevania is getting. Because it says more products, it doesn't say more games. So it is possible it's just like a new season on Netflix, a clothesline or merchandise stuff, you know. There's a chance it's not exactly a game. I'm hoping we get one more collection and like a remake to go along with it. That'll be crazy. And if we get a game about Platinum as we're rumoring, bro, that'll be insane. Because it'll then be as much games as Ninja Gaiden got last year. That's pretty good. What a weird animation. I like the 2 steps at the start. But the lunge forward has like no wind up, pretty much. Like natural looking wind up. No. No. Waste of time. That sucks. And if you miss the deflect, you just block. Same is true for Onimusha though. So I'm trying to think like what about this version isn't as demanding, and I want to say it's timing. I feel like deflect is a lot easier to do compared to like an Isen. But I think that's the only like saving grace. Like to make pointing that out make sense pretty much. I'm living, that's all there is. Dude, oh, man. You would think they would do something for 25, but they're probably saving for the big 30. You know, probably, hopefully. I know there was the rumors with the remake of 1, right? There's still time. It's not a good thing, right? But if they are going to announce it, it probably Tokyo Game Show or Game Award. Ah, too early. Okay. Just do chip damage while we wait for this to end. Okay. I'm trying to learn how to land that one. Oh no. Whoa, how did I not get hit there? Gotta play the patient game. And with the extra toughness, it's not like I get guard broken too often. So the sort of like risk reward of a playstyle doesn't, well, of a build I mean, isn't as common anymore. Like something you have to worry about. Since you have the best of both worlds, pretty much. Oh, There we go. Just gotta play patient. But yeah, it seems like that's gonna be
Ah, yes.
the strat for the game.
The talisman my
Ninja
young protege left in our care can
for the main
dispel
fighting, and then
impurity.
samurai during Dark Realm.
Approach the
Gonna be a whip. No, no. You're right in his face. No. I could probably face tank, but dude, I definitely don't have the stacks for damage reduction while attacking. If I had those, dude, we might as well go all out. Like, might as well go all in with like an axe or a dachi, like the super like key expensive moves, especially with like the
Make haste.
this thing, right? The meters, the spirit meter, not spirit meter, samurai proficiency thing. Because those things don't cost key, if I remember right. So yeah, if I have the damage reduction, bro, like that'll probably be the only way to play samurai at a large level. Base tank, probably lifesteal, stuff to fill up proficiency all the time. But yeah, like Rocky in 4. In Nioh, you have 8 heals and respawn right next to the enemies. On officials are edge. In Onimusha, healing was much more limited and largely RNG. Due to risk. Okay, okay. Okay. That's true too. Because there were limited resources. Well, even way more finite than Nioh. So if you want to heal, you have to risk your life, right? Especially for critical Isens. And if I remember right, those are the only ones that give health drops. I think a regular perfect block, which this is, right? The deflect. I think those don't drop health in Onimusha. Only criticals. If that's the case, then that's balanced. Because, you know, attacks actually have startup and end lag. And yeah, you'll get massively destroyed for mistiming. Let's see if I can do this time. See if I can show it. Because my stick drift is still crazy on this controller. If Tonfa was on Samurai, I'd be top tier though. Probably, man. I wonder how good it is in this game with how fast Ninja is. Especially with like the back. Both hitting the back and then key destroying stuff. But it might be as good for that. But I don't know. Any enemy could drop health or demon orbs. I want to say it was guaranteed though. You're right. You're right with it being random. But it's guaranteed with the Isen kill. I'm guessing critical Isen kill. We'll find out soon enough. Because after I finish this and make the video, I'm gonna jump straight into Genma. So I'm gonna go back and look at one again. Well, like, it wouldn't be one of my streams if we didn't fall. But yeah, I have to go back and check my original script for one, and then test those things out again. You're probably right. Yeah, it probably depends on the game. Genma Green Souls heal you when you click the left bumper. And that's pretty much the DT, right? I want to say it is. I don't think he changes appearance, though. Because remember the look he had at the end of the first game? When he kills, like, the main boss? Like, that looks like a double trigger form. Bro. This also negates all damage. It seems like. Like, I blocked 2 things with this. Look how active that was, bro. Holy crap. Okay, you get damage during it. That should kill. Yeah, severing spin, I think, right? Crazy good. That's literally the only reason why I have one katana. Like, I don't use the proficiency chaining. As strong as it may be, my damage reduction stuff is non-existent. That's what's holding me back from doing that stuff. It is cool though. Yeah, you gotta make the game fun for yourself because the enemies sure aren't gonna do that. Clone is fun too, but not. Oh, wasn't that on? Actually, Game Boy Advance is coming to mind, but I think I'm confusing it with the Zoe, Zone of the Enders game. I think that also has a tactics game. Looks like it blocks when it's out in front of him, but not after. It seemed like it was after too, though. Oh, that was too late into the fight. Yeah, that was too late, damn. I could capture a 5-minute clip, but... You rolled over humans like Rachel before? Is that a specific skill? Oh, let me see. It's this one. It's almost like a Metal Gear Rising parry. Pressing the left thumbstick and block at the same time will have you roll over them. Again, though, the cool deflects only works. They only work on humans. So again, that it's cool, but you won't be using it. That's why I think Rise of the Ronin is better in that regard, like when fighting humans, because all the cool counters and parries of Nioh is actually useful, and then some. Yeah, let me kill this guy real quick, and then I'll fast travel somewhere with the human. Trying to think which one. We'll find one. Won't be too hard. Haze works on skeletons. Haven't tried the other. It probably won't work, man. Like, skeletons are the same, skeleton of a human, so it makes sense. But yeah, that's always been the sad part about this game. Cool parries, but they're not useful most of the time. And you have to really go out of your way to use it just to actually put it to use for the sake of it. But there's like a central area. But maybe here. Yeah, Haze is on the one katana, I think, right? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I get a damage buff and a perfect opening to back attack. And they're super low level now, so it makes sense, but... Who's that? Who's that? I think you know what I'm setting up again.
This way.
there wasn't as many. All gone. Cool skills for this weapon. Maybe a little overtuned. But it's fun. But I don't find it as interesting as Rise of the Ronin, though. They're never a threat. Why don't they let cool things work on yokai? Yeah, that's why I remember it blew my mind, man. With the Odachi, had the perfect guard. And that was actually a big deal for me. I didn't use it too much, but it's pretty cool that was possible. Okay, at this point, I'm not too sure what we can do. I guess we can go back to the thing where we died at. But the tree boss. No auto heal. Dude, when the Castlevania announcement came out, I was so close to thinking like, man, I actually just want to abandon Nioh 3. Like, I'd rather swat it away. Like, let's hurry up and get started with like Genma, Onimusha and stuff like that. So I can get to like Castlevania. It's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be super fun. I hope things line up. It is tough, man. Because I do want to cover RE9. Especially like the Leon sections. That's a big maybe though. So I want to cover RE4 and PNO3 and Vanquish. I wanted to cover all of those before Pragmata came out. Well, that's not gonna happen. And I already covered a lot of big, heavy games as of late. So I want something more chill. Or at least shorter. And all the work is pretty much done for Genma video. Because I did the Warlords video. Yeah, it's pretty much me just having to play the game a few times, which shouldn't be too bad. And it's shorter. That's good. I just gotta like retest everything and just add the nice tidbits of the game. So it should be fairly quick. Way faster than this stuff. Like, I beat Nioh 1 and 2 for the video for Nioh 2. So that's easily like 60 hours minimum. And then including like making the video. And recording for that long. So all that, I did that in a month. Maybe. But yeah.
How horrific.
I also want to play Bayonetta so bad. I've been having the urge to play it again. I haven't played it since the initial re-release on PS4, like the bundle with Vanquish. So yeah, it's been a while.
The people of
So
asked us to come here, but
I want to play it again,
look at what's happened.
and I think it's the last video that's on my S tier that doesn't have a video. So I kind of want to complete complete it pretty much. It's kind of crazy because I spent a long time holding off on those games. Like really nervous about it. It's crazy we knocked out a lot of them starting from last year. Well, end of 2024 with God Hand. And then all the way from there, right? From God Hand, Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2 and 3. Nioh 2. Nioh 3. Oh yeah, Nioh 2, Nioh 3, NG4. A lot of heavy hitters, to say the least. Yeah, there's not gonna be many hour-long videos, luckily. I'm not sure how much you guys like those, but I know I've been told they're helpful, which is good. But doing those back-to-back for like pretty much a year and a half is, yeah. That's why I really like doing Solstice. Well, it was still an hour-long video,
What's this?
you know, but it wasn't as intensive. As the other games. And I was way more like, what's the word? Careful. Dot my T's, cross my I's. I think I messed that up. But yeah, like I really had to make sure what I was saying was correct. Especially for Ninja Gaiden. So yeah, I don't think that sort of like work will ever be seen again. Like that level. I'm not complaining too much about it. It's fun. But I don't think I'll be able to do that with everything. But I can see me doing that for Bayonetta. I kind of have to. Vanquish so-so. Like I mentioned before, when it comes to like third-person shooters, they don't really scratch the itch of like run and guns, where I'm actually dodging real projectiles and not hit scan stuff. But again, it's been a long time, so I'm not too sure how true that is for Vanquish. I feel like there's some projectile stuff, but yeah. This will be interesting. Who is alive? The source of the yokai. Do I have to get close? Oh, okay. Now we can use the statue. Well, the shrine.
Every last one of them is dead. I wonder if the Kamo
Ba-bum. Nioh 3 wins Action Game of the Year. Finally, would you be happy? Yeah, I'll be happy, of course. Anything like Team Ninja needs a recognition.
Your mage's corpse is
It'd be sort of like
there should
I
not
sort of chuckle at it
be a gap in strength between him.
because when it becomes more
Whatever the case, we must press on.
wide marketable, as that's when it actually gets its flowers. It's kind of like funny how that works. Like tracing the open world trend is better received in the wider space, I guess. So yeah, it'll be funny in that way, but dude, they've been stuffed out of Action Game of the Year too many times. So I like for them to get it. I remember that feeling just looking up at the map and then looking for stuff to do. I really don't like that. Games being more stage based. Yeah, again, that's the pacing thing I was talking about. What level am I? I'm pretty close. I should probably change my armor too. It's been a while. See, I'm glad that part is so easy, right? Like when I was doing my Nioh 1 and 2 streams, it did take me like 5 to 10 minutes to do that. To like go through my armor, check my weight every time. So I am glad it has that going for it. But I don't really use martial arts though. I don't really attack in samurai either. Yeah. Now it's the chill part of just catching up progression wise. When I went back to Bayo, it just killed my fond memories of it. It's so set piece and QT heavy. like it's scared to let you play it. I remember hearing that a lot too. That's why I'm so curious to go back to it. So I wonder if that's gonna happen to me too. Like I mentioned before, like most of the action games we cover, I played them pretty casually. Like beat them once or twice on normal, called it there. But for the videos, that's when I really get a new like level of understanding. That's why I like covering them, because I also learn along the way. So Bayonetta, I'm really curious how like how I'm gonna feel about it when I go for the higher modes. You know, if I could keep up. Like I would like to get to non-stop infinite climax if possible. But that's a big maybe. I'm gonna try to though. So let's see how that. If the QTEs and stuff really mess with the pacing. But yeah. I think that game would do good with the chapter challenge mode, no? Just taking out all that stuff. I'm not gonna read this anymore. I'm just gonna upgrade what I have the most. Like I must have been upgrading it for some reason, so. Dude, I don't touch this at all. Like, I don't think any of these attacks are needed. Like, I've read them multiple times. I'm like, I don't see it. Maybe this just for the fun of it. But. And it's working. You know, it's not like I'm having too much trouble. You know? So it's not like I'm doing a sort of challenge run, like forcefully, no. Cutting the potential of this game on purpose to prove a point. That's not it. It's just, Ninja is just way too good. For like 80% of the time. Maybe 85. I'll probably do this. So you can just stand full screen and spam PK. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. That's the thing with a lot of games though. Like having that what's the word? Go to fail safe option. Like a lot of games have that. Like in Ninja Gaiden 2, right? XXY beam. On landing X, forward Y with talons. You know. Like there's some obvious very strong tools in a lot of action games. But that's in hindsight, right? Like once we discover them after like a decade or two. Yeah, but it's not just for Bayonetta, it's all action games. That's why I call them more of a knowledge check genre. Like we know the boss pattern, like strats or like exploits, that's easy. Or if you know the best like counterplay for this enemy, or like the strong string or strategy, right? Like Ninja Gaiden 2 really embodies that to the extreme. On landing 360 Y with the lunar, right? But yeah. There's no point in going up here. Just a shortcut. So yeah, now it's just the sort of cleanup part of the region. Like I'm kind of surprised I did this much. We didn't do many story missions. Like we still have all this, but the fact we did this much is pretty impressive in the time we played. You know I was gonna go for it. If this little guy wasn't here, I was gonna have round 2. We almost had a part 2 there. Most for instantly, I do in most games figure out a dominant strategy. And I think we talked about this before, but that's a job of the player. We need to find the limits and break them as much as possible. The job as the dev is to sort of find as many countermeasures as possible. Like make a very strong, I guess, foundation. Right? Yeah, you want to cover as many holes as possible, because it'll be found out, man, very quickly, depending who plays the game. I think all players have that, like, instinctively. Find the most powerful strategy with the least amount of effort. Yeah, this is how it is, man. That's the dynamic between the player and the developer. It's pretty fun. This guy's new. You see my stick drift freaking out right there. Deleted the last VOD. It was horrible. That bad? In Nioh, you can just do square, square, triangle, R1, square with Tonfa, and it instantly breaks stamina of every enemy one. Okay. Question is, if a ninja didn't do more damage key... I'm not sure. It makes sense. It makes sense that's the goal for the ninja. Like, to use your movement and speed to, like, actually... Like, let's have a specific goal for it, right? It's so powerful, though. It's so powerful. It's so... It outweighs the pros of, like, breaking horns. And that's another thing I haven't mentioned. There hasn't been a single time... I don't know how long we've been shooting for. Where that mattered. You can break this guy's claws, but doing a perfect dodge breaks it for me. Like, I'd have to do that. No hitbox specific stuff. All automated. And then if I punished him, I probably would have done 2/3 of his health. Strider was a better version of this guy. If you played Bayonetta 3. Yeah, it makes sense. Going for the back is your goal. Like, let's use our movement for something. And for these things, like, okay, let's use our unique hitboxes, you know, to hit certain things. But it doesn't really matter. This game is reaching a point where you can play it however you want in a bad way. Nioh 1 and 2 is, you could say, the same, but it's playing how you want within certain parameters, right? Because enemies you actually had to fight carefully. In this, I'm just not seeing it. Like, I don't want to make DMC5 comparisons, like being able to do what you want. Yeah, I haven't played it enough. I can't say, but that's what I'm getting, because that's the impression I had back then with 5. But again, I'm super ignorant on that game. I need to play it more. But that's what I'm feeling. So yeah. I don't think ninjas should have had the ability to dispel pulls at all. That was like the one thing holding this thing under control. I don't think it should have gotten key back for perfect dodging. I don't don't know. But also at the same time, deflect is also super overpowered.
Way Gozen. I shall never forget that fall.
So yeah.
So, I have been struck down, and yet in death have I
So yeah, this is what I was mentioning earlier in Discord.
that Kagatoki. He lured me
Don't
to my
play
fallen
Nioh.
love's grave and used his foul
Again, I
arts
just
to
described
force
why
me into
hitboxes don't really matter anymore.
Damn that Kagatoki.
Frame data doesn't matter depending on the stance.
High priest.
It's not needed. You're kind of going out of your way to play Nioh. To be honest, if you want to do that stuff.
You
And then it's probably best to do the exploration stuff first, so you can get the attack and defense boost, and then do that again for the entire region to get the
Allow me to
major buffs,
again.
and also get like the locks and stuff, and do combat later. Like only when it's super necessary do I stop and fight. But yeah. Or is this fundamental movement too strong? I think a lot. Like I said earlier, I don't think these enemies are built for Nioh 3. And I think I mentioned like the ninja specifically. Too fast, too airborne. Yeah, they're not designed for aerial combat to deny it or to keep up with your speed. I forgot the phrase again, but circle, square, socket thing, whatever. You're trying to force it when it wasn't meant to. It's like it's clashing pretty much.
Lord,
Again, just make Ninja Gaiden. If you want to go fast, make characters, enemies that make you move. And for good reason. Like that's pretty much my take of this game. Like, again, I mentioned it before, but it's sort of like my tipping point for this formula. Like I was already feeling this before I played 3, before playing 3. But now that I've had the full game, it makes it more obvious. Okay, this should probably stop here. There's been enough Ninja Gaiden teasing. You got to just start doing that. Because after 10 years of playing this, I feel like they've also are reaching that plateau. There's also not a bad. It's not bad to have more of a good thing. Like this is a good game. It's just mixing and matching stuff that doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, we might have to retire this a little bit. Because they want to do speed. They want to do Falcon flips, Zuna drops, Flying Swallow, Wind Path, like bro. Even Glooming Blade was on Rise of the Ronin. So just commit to it, man. In Nioh 1, I was specifically switch stance to hit certain glowing parts. Spells kind of exactly, yeah. It's not really needed anymore. Teams of 5 enemies are a bit too pushover. Yeah, I know there's something to them still. That's why I can't say for sure. But yeah. Dumb if so. I think it was also doing that with the boss we fought. Like the crawling beast thing. Where did we leave off? Like every time I did the perfect dodge when he was doing the purple attack, he will throw a shuriken and hit the belly and causing a stagger. Like that would happen in Nioh 1 against New. But you had to be close, be way ahead of schedule with like reading the cue, right? You had to be up close, know the timing, be on the right, like, you know, left of them in certain areas so they won't be clipped. there's more consideration of spacing and timing to hit those weak points in Nioh. Well, that big guy, for example, had his perfect dodge and sniped the weak spot from quite a ways away. So it seems like it breaks horns automatically, the perfect dodge. Sure, it can follow up. I was mashing that lock-on button too. I swear this game eats input sometimes. There's so many times where I'm trying to, like, I'll press it and it doesn't happen. Like, while I'm in neutral too. It's not like I'm stuck in recovery. But could just be me. But I swear it feels a little wonky. Like, irresponsive? Unresponsive? Stay still. Wait, actually. Yeah, I should use this more often too. Don't get a lot of uses, but still pretty fun. Yeah, there you go. That's pretty much the same effect of Elden Ring. 1 second. But yeah, if you're ever having a challenge, just turn away. Judicus are tricky unless you're Dante. But just to show you. Yeah, you might have to do that at some point. Okay. I think they're gone. 273,000? Oh wow, I can level up twice. I don't know what to do anymore. Like when it comes to stats. Key's been pretty fine. Even at level 10, I haven't felt like it was a problem. Health is pretty fine too. Because again, I can play Samurai for the defense. I can swap to Ninja for the key recovery. So I feel like these are kind of redundant to get sometimes. Like, that's why I said before, I want to probably take off Intellect. And maybe go Magic instead. I'll probably do that. Get more slots or something at least. The OVN. Probably, yeah. I should have... Yeah, I've been busy. I should have gave you guys a heads up about that. Of watching the OVA. Again, because I want to watch that just in case. Like, I can imagine the new profile Discord thing will be fine. But it might interfere with watch parties, maybe. Maybe. I'm not too sure if it would, but just in case. See, I would like for us to watch it tomorrow. Oh my god. Yeah, we gotta watch Bloodlust sooner rather than later at this point. This goes in a circle, I think. I'm also glad I streamed. Again, because if I go into the video, right, and I'm saying, pretty much saying like the game is easy, right? And when you make such claims, right, you gotta really back it up, right? You gotta sort of prove it, to be honest. So I get that. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. Oh, yeah, this is too much for me to go over right now. That is a true Nioh experience to check this stuff, but where is he at? Yeah, again, having the actual proof to back it up, you know? Yeah, I think that's important. Especially when you call something easy, right? That's where, yeah, a little more careful. We should give time, and I gotta mention time zone. What? I guess I gotta use stealth. I get it. I get it, but yeah, different flavor of game. Yeah. Yeah. We're doing the Ninja Gaiden OVA first. And then Bloodlust, just in case. Again, sooner the better. Because those are the ones we really wanted to watch. So yeah, one this weekend and one next weekend. Okay. Which will pretty much be the last weekend of February. Before things possibly get changed. But yeah. There's stuff for me to get in the first region with the bird flip, but yeah, we're back to the new sort of the speed of this game. Do I just jump off? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do actually at this point. Before things, yeah, we have time, but yeah. Again, I'm pretty certain it won't be so bad. That okay. The only thing I said, the watch parties might be affected because maybe they consider voice chat sort of like a older age thing. So like just in case, right? Like in their eyes, that's something they're going to limit from teen profiles. So that I don't know. So that's why I want to get through these 2 watch parties just in case. Otherwise, yeah, we're fine. Nothing should be changing, to be honest. Like how things operate there. If there was more fighting on these floating islands, yeah, we would have been falling more often. Like, okay, Maximo did the same thing. Taking out like the edges, having out of bounds risk and ice physics. With this game, you don't really have to worry about your surroundings like that. And the first game as well, in the Umibozu stage, had to be very careful with pits. See, I like that. Smaller platform. There's a backup firing away. That's some Nioh 2 stuff. And we finally have some combo going on. But most times you don't see that though. That's the sad part. Like once it gets interesting, it's pretty rare. Does she follow? How does severing do here? Pretty damn strong. Oh, there you go. Nah, she's fine. Well, what's this new area got in store for me? I saw human enemies. You know what that means. Instantly delete them. Bro. There's like no downtime. Like no recovery to this. Crazy move. You get it pretty quick too. It's a crucible skill. All you have to do is max out the familiarity on that weapon, and that's it. You can equip it forever. Pretty worth it. Like I didn't even have to farm to get the weapon with the ability. You get it pretty easy. I had like 5 or 6 weapons with Severing Spin attached to it. So there's gonna be a good chance it's gonna be in your inventory at some point. And again, I still haven't bought the Frost Moon attacks. From what I read, they're free attacks, like no key. Doesn't cost key. And they're unique attacks every time you do a key pulse. And it's different depending on the stance. That's a pretty cool like spin or like addition to the roll differences. Or like the buffs in the other games when you key pulse. But yeah, it would be probably good chaining like skills for the proficiency chain, but dude, you do more than enough with ninja. And it doesn't require like a heavy damage reduction build to get that started. What am I looking at? And I'm poisoned. Oh, okay, it's just a little. Oh, nice. And then they go back to fighting. Hmm. 7:10. We'll probably call it soon. So I think we get the picture. Yeah, I'll try to clear out this section. Get a new shrine. And we'll just hang out from there. For a few minutes. Well, what I consider a few minutes. And the next time I come back, we're probably at the start of Region 3. Just to get another sort of like a check-in. But I'm really dragging my feet on this game. I'm dead. Oh my god.
These wasps are relentless. No matter how many we slay, they keep coming.
I was mashing X at least twice before it came out. And I was in neutral too. It could be my controller. I don't want to blame the game. I'm not sure if that's really the game's the game causing it or not. Okay. They're doing most of the work for me. he's really stunned. He's done.
I'll take as many you'll bite down with me as I can.
One doesn't show up on the map so soon. As you can tell, though, they're very close together. Look at this. You can't go half the region without seeing a new shrine. So probably one right here, maybe right here. I feel like they mathematically like did this the whole time. Like make sure it's the same distance between each one. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Like there's no real use to have shortcuts anymore. Like in the original game, well, the first two games. Because everything's pretty much corridors, right? So it's just about marching along, making sure there's guaranteed progress. Yeah, why try to deflect that if you can just easily dodge? And I remember when I first playing this game, I tried to is it? Okay. I tried to deflect it each time. It's not really worth it. I even tried to like break his horn, but I don't think it was even possible. So Gaki. I wonder if he's still good. Like this something. I remember they mentioned. I remember reading something that the backlash did reach him, but all they did was sort of reword and where's my oh, here it is. Re-explain the effects. It's pretty much what I said last time. Most profiles won't be affected by this at all because of the sort of assuming system they have. Yeah, they say majority of accounts won't be affected. I'm assuming that's the case too. Yeah, they didn't alter anything about it. They just re-explained it. But yeah, we'll see how long that lasts, right? We can definitely add more restrictions later on. I already have my buff. How did I die over here? I thought I died a little bit further back, to be honest. That's a shortcut. this way? Has to be. I'm not too sure. It looks like it pinches at the end. There's no way to get to the shrine, but we'll see. 70,000 IDs were stolen and 2 million scrolling, according to hackers. So what do they do? Yeah, that's a ironic part, right? I don't like to look at this game anymore. That's the thing too with the levels, man. Like you're here for quite a while, like 25 plus hours each time. So you gotta really like the look of this game. Well, of the area. Holy crap! I might have been talking too long. I'm losing it. But yeah, that's why, like, again, with the stages, it was easier to have that little bit more variety, especially with the layouts, right? And again, since it's an exploration heavy game, you have to revisit these areas quite often. You know, for the collectathon aspect. And yeah. So you're gonna be seeing these quite a lot. You know what time it is? And this is the same skill I've had since the beginning of the game. It seems to be scaling pretty well. Like for a while I thought, like, okay, maybe it's just pretty good only in the beginning. No. It's good all the time. So far. Only humans, of course. Like for the most part. There we go. Alright, that is a good spot to call it there. Let's see how magic does. Yeah, we'll hang out for a little bit before taking off. I don't have a few hours to spare, yeah. No, I swear this time. I'm serious, I'm serious. I don't think this shows me my game time. It should though. 27 hours. A lot of dude, how lucky is that? 772727? What are the odds of that? But yeah. I wonder if that counted my beta game time. What flavor was the cake? Like for the birthday? We had what's it called? Damn it. I forgot what it's called. But I also had red velvet. That was good. For a second I thought you meant Kasha. What can I play in the background this time? I don't think I have a full playthrough. I don't think I've ever done that. Like on PlayStation, like recording one, I mean. Like I have the streams, but I have full playthroughs of Contra though. We'll do Super C. You don't really see this game too much. We won't watch the whole thing, but just put it on in the background. I haven't played Contra since then. Like I did a I called it a Contrathon. So I played all of them from the first game to Hardcore? So I did 1 Super C, Operation C, Hardcore, and Alien Wars, with the Game Boy Advance version. Yeah, that was fun. I haven't played it since then though. That was like 2 years ago. Christmas. We get stuff throughout the year. We don't wait just for one day. We kind of spread it out. Like getting the CRT or the NES, like all that stuff was sort of like spread out throughout the year. Whenever the moment calls for it. All timer for me. You played Contra 3? Nice, man. Have you played the 1 or Super C? I gotta play Alien Wars. I've only done playthroughs for the Game Boy Advance version. It's a pretty different game. So yeah, I want to do a playthrough of SNES, Alien Wars, and the original Game Boy as well. So that'll be fun. I don't have some clips of Alien Wars, but for me, the thing that made it hard for me to play it was the top-down sections. I think a lot of people say that, but I just got used to it. Like this has it as well, the top-down. But Alien Wars immediately throws you into like stage hazard territory, like quick. Like spinning tiles or like, you know, the floor you can fall off. Yeah, I think the top-down sections in Alien Wars are a lot harder. These are pretty straightforward. There's usually a lot of safe spots too, what I remember. And of course with spread, you can easily stay in a safe spot. Full playthrough of Alien Wars 3, right? In the future. Like, if I'm gonna play Konami stuff, I'm gonna play Castlevania. But yeah, I would much rather learn Simon's Quest right now than play Nioh 3, if I gotta be honest. Again, not because Nioh 3 is bad. Just not my preference right now. Like, I think I said this before, but I like to play things that I'm in the mood for. Because I really like improves the experience instead of like sort of feeling like I'm forcing myself. But it does feel like that when Nioh 3, like I'm forcing myself to play it. But yeah, we should be probably 35% done, 45% done, maybe. Because these regions are massive, so the fact I covered like 2/3 of it already is pretty good, especially in one session. So maybe by the weekend I can be done with the second region. There's nothing for me to, what's the word? Deadline for it, right? Like Nioh 2, I was trying to get it done in time before 3. But for 3, nothing. Like there's Resident Evil 9. But I was really hoping, look at that dodge right there. I was really hoping to have RE4 done by then. But I don't have to. Like I covered 6 and 4 remake, right? It's not like I'm going in order anyways. So I just wanted to have a game to really have the context going into like going into 9 pretty much. And same for Pragmata, man. I think that comes out in April or May, and I wanted to have player number 3 or product number 3. Yeah, it threw my plans off because it got delayed so many times. So, and now it's on the year of Castlevania. I'd much rather just focus on that and horror games. So, I'm glad though, man, because those games are going to be a lot smaller and less intense. I never remember. Okay, the full pits right here. You can see where a lot of the Konami-isms in Kid Dracula. That's why I like that game quite a bit. You can tell it's like a Konami game. Except the spinny, yeah, the spinny stage, man. You just gotta hold the L1 button the whole time, or R1. Oh yeah, it's hard to look at those sprites, man. Oh yeah, nice, man. Dude, yeah, the variety in Alien Wars is top notch. That's a pro for a lot of the director's games or the designer's games. Nobuya Nakazato. Really good with that. Variety is his middle name. He kind of influenced my taste for that sort of thing, like encounter design. So when I say variety as something I want, that's usually what I mean. Like different layouts, different enemy composition, like that sort of thing. This part's actually pretty tough, especially without the spread. That's the case for a lot of the Contra games, though. You can memorize where the spawns are for the birds or the suit guys, and then be in like the safest spot you can as you snipe the turret and the guys. Pretty tough though, especially if you have the pea shooter. Otherwise, it's gonna be tough to like manage both. You want to go to the bottom right as fast as possible, because if you notice, when the tiles fall down, you can use the platforms as cover. And since there's nothing above you except enemies and falling platforms, you want to just get out of there as fast as possible. So going to the right is pretty helpful. Undo or stick to the original plan Demons before. Whichever one. Need to work on it. Just, yeah, the audio thing is very important. When I was like looking this stuff up at first, that's what they mentioned. Like, having clear gameplay does help, but audio is usually like number one. Like, get that figured out first, and you're good. And they're not wrong. Like, audio is extremely important. Extremely important. Like, I still have my issues with like bitrate because of like my computer isn't so powerful, so we just work with what we have. It's good for like the 2D action games because it's easier to hide it. But with 3D stuff, it's a little bit more obvious with the extra particle effects, especially the newer games. But yeah, otherwise it's fine. Like, it's tolerable. Audio though, yeah, that's like something you want to hone in. But trust me, even now, I'm still trying to figure it out, man. I got a comment on my Star Wars Fallen Order video, and I got a comment saying just that, like, fix my audio. And yeah, took that to heart, and immediately, like right after that video, started tinkering with settings and stuff. So, and I still do that now. Like, I made a new filter or like effects and stuff to make it sound better for videos. I think it sounds better. But yeah, I made a new set like 2 months ago or a month ago. So even now, after 4 years, I'm still messing with that stuff. So it's an ever improving craft. Screwed up the first two. Dude, I did the same thing, man. My Pro Skater 3 playthrough is an echo the entire time. So I am not immune to that. I made that mistake too. I also had I did another Pro Skater 3 stream. And my mic was so low, it was like a muffle every time I spoke. I was like, bro. Like, I went back to watch the VOD. It sounded like when adults talked in Charlie Brown. It was so muffled and barely audible. It's like, is somebody talking? Like that. Otherwise, like, the echo was removed from the game, which was good. But my voice, like, the mic was terrible. So yeah. Yeah, it's fun. Like, you really have to have the patience with the dials and stuff, and with yourself to get it right. So again, 5 years, and I'm still trying to improve. So yeah, it's not a thing you can perfect. It's just a thing you always improve on. The journey, not the destination, sort of thing. At this point, we're just gonna watch the whole playthrough because we're almost done. But yeah, spread shot is so good in this game, man. As you can tell, constant uptime. So you're gonna hit the boss and you're gonna hit the summons at the same time. I've always wanted to okay, actually take that back. I'm curious about playing what should we call it? The arcade games, because these games weren't original NES. They were... Okay, I was testing out a strat here. I think I saw this from Arcus. Okay, let me actually test it out, but I don't want to screw it up my run. Like my practice run. So watch right here. I'm gonna go to the pit and hug it right there. I'm trying to move myself as far to the left as I can right here. So I noticed he did that. And from there, just hold forward and you're good. Should be. I've done this in my real playthrough. I did it when I streamed it a couple years ago. And yeah, if you do that, it seems like you're safe. Otherwise, you got to be so careful with the mouth on the bottom. Because they come up super quick. So, to manage that and the flying enemies. And see, look. It's still the same spacing from the beginning. And it applies all the way to the end of the section, even right here. And I haven't stopped once. Just hold forward and just shoot periodically. And this is a safe spot for this boss too. I think there's also a similar strat to make the first top-down stage easier. I think if you walk forward most of it, you can skip past certain enemies. Yeah, again, that's why I say this genre is all about knowledge checks. Yeah, look how easy I made that, right? Doing that one position thing. Same here. I saw it on the same exact area. The little, like right in the middle of the screen. It sort of makes him shoot forward, but I'm safe enough to avoid the avoid anything. And with how fast my spread is, the uptime is quicker because I'm point blanking pretty much. So I can destroy his shots while also doing massive damage. Yeah. That's that boss. And then that's where the arcade would end. But the NES games keeps going on. And your knights. Okay, how do you say that word? Is it Azure or Azure? Knights of Azure. I think that's how I said it in the video. And I've been thinking about this ever since, man. Knights of Azure or Knights of Azure? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I should have just looked it up on Google. But yeah, I want to cover the first game eventually. But you sound like a different person compared to later videos, and I don't mean recent one either. It's the same mic. It could just be the settings or me being more comfortable recording. I'm gonna say it's both. Like both play a massive part. Big time. So yeah, man, it's just practice. Let's keep at it. That's why I said earlier, don't beat yourself up about the early streams. That's just gonna happen. It's kind of to be expected. No one's good at something immediately, right? So yeah, that's why I turned around so fast right there. Because if I didn't kill him with the spread, like as you can tell, some of the bullets don't go upwards. Because you can only have so many pellets on screen. So yeah, if that didn't work out, I wouldn't have killed the face hugger. You can kill it from up here. If you listen closely, you hear me hit it, but you don't see the hit effect. Okay. I got the 1-up because the scoring. But even when you destroy it, there's a unique sound effect. So, yeah, stay up here. Destroy it. This is sort of glitched, but it's not active anymore. But here, though, is the scary part. Because you have to sort of drop down and immediately begin firing. I think the lead up to the boss is easier than the boss itself. Especially with spread. Again, if you have spread, it's pretty doable. But get touched once, and you're dead. So this game really tests your consistency, but you're heavily rewarded for it. So I like it. So play consistent or try to recover. It's also aside from the Slaves Are X, the other one I watched a lot. Shinobi, really? What caught your attention for that video? I think that was probably one of my recent popular videos. Before God Hand came out. I think that's my most popular one right now. Because yeah, we did Shinobi and then right after was God Hand, I think. This is mostly easy, but it's about being patient, man. You gotta make sure you kill the aliens coming up, or the xenomorphs. And then memorize the spawning. Yeah, that's a foul enemy placement. As soon as it appears on screen, it fires. That's why I'm standing at the corner there. Yeah, as soon as you see this guy, immediately jump. He shoots instantly, and the speed is so fast. Luckily for jumping at that time, it also puts you in a safe spot to not land on him, because you go on the platform, the angled platform on top. Yeah. Hey, that's an enemy you have to memorize. Same for this one right there. Again, luckily you can go on top platform and avoid the chaos, but hack and slash. I call them action game. Well, hack and slash probably, because that's what I've been having on my channel since the beginning. Like my description hasn't changed since I started the channel, so yeah, you can despawn those things, so don't stress out too much about it. As long as you're constantly moving, you should be fine. You can make the gap right here. I might jump. Okay, but you could make the jump between these smaller ones when the top platform is squishing you. The big ones you can't. Yeah, those you get floored. So yeah, right there you can jump over. So you can constantly move for the most part. It's just the ending. The big gaps are the problem. If it wasn't for that death, it would have been a no death run. Sort of invalid one because I use the potential save state to practice a strat. But yeah, it would have been an invalid no death run though. That's why I saved it, because it was so close. Like I literally died right before the end game boss, which is super easy to cheese. That's pretty much it. You just hug the corner. That's it. You're pretty safe. This would be easier with spread, because I'll destroy these blue things before they come out. But yeah, even with the pea shooter, you do enough damage to kill it that fast. Yeah, it was almost a no death. Really, my voice sounds different. It could be like, again, it just could be a speech thing. Like I'm more feeling into it, like getting more comfortable. Like that's my only like explanation. Like this be more comfortable, so I sound more presenter voice instead of like casual talk voice, probably. Like that's my only theory. You know, like getting more used to the talking part. What happened? Did I get hit once and say no, I'm done? You game always heard of from all the bosses, no damage videos. Okay. But alright, man, we watched the playthrough. Before I start another one, we'll call it here. I have played Contra with a friend. We did it over Parsec, so there was a lot of input delay for both of us. But we did it though. So we had the difficulty of like not scrolling the screen too fast enough, too far enough, but yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna take off. I really appreciate hanging out, man. And yeah, I'll be in the Discord in a little bit. But yeah, I appreciate it, man, and talk to you in a little bit.